Sapporo, you want to join? You want to be our ring bearer? Did you guys hear her in the back? Hold on, guys. We gotta get the bride ready, okay? You ready? You ready? Okay, okay. I think I can do this. Wow. All right. So here's how we have to do it. Okay. So like, here. Let's actually cover. Okay. I got it. Okay. Okay, ready? Dun 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 dun, and then we unveil the blushing bride. and then I have to do the like standing at the and then I'm like standing at the end of the aisle, right? I don't wear my fucking glasses on. I need to be able to see my bride. Wait, that's really important actually. Where are my glasses? Hold on. Where are they? Oh, I left them in the car. Fuck. Okay, I got it. And then I'm at the end of the aisle, and then you see the bride come towards me, and then I have to do that thing. I have to do that thing where you have to squat, otherwise you guys can't see me. I have to be like, wait, you should still be covered, dude. What are you doing? Okay. So the bride has her Kleenex veil on, and then as she approaches, I have to do the dramatic unveiling, and then. Why is Ying's wedding garment a medieval wizard? No. Look, it's exactly on brand for the Xinzhongshi style that the Von Hagen family is always rocking. I was like, if we're gonna marry into the Von Hagen family, we gotta dress the part. So the size difference. Hey, look. Size difference. Is it a problematic size difference? How does this button? Oh, okay, it's over here. But yeah, I really dressed for the occasion, okay? This is my blushing bride. Anyway, yeah, it's just for funsies. How did you guys enjoy the ceremony? It's okay, we just barely got started. I have a lot of paraphernalia prepared. So, right, obviously we have our beautiful blushing bride with his dress and his bouquet and his veil, which is made of Kleenex. There's 3 layers to it. So that's how you know it's like true luxury, is that it takes so many layers of fabric, and fabric isn't cheap, you know? This is both the perfect fit for this wedding and a character from Witch Hat. I can kind of see the Witch Hat vibes because it's like cloaky, so you can hide your hands. Arrow Ace Moon, happy 8 months. Yes, you came back just in time for the wedding. Yeah, are you all... Arrow Ace Moon, your rock's inky? I never realized. I didn't realize you guys were the same guy. Okay, now I know. Or maybe you told me at some point and I forgot. That is also possible. My bride comes with many functions, one of which is to fan me and cool me off during a very hot summer day. I see Salto-kun in YouTube chat going, speech. I thought about writing vows. Like, I seriously thought about writing vows. And then I was like, actually, I feel like it should be, they probably will have something in the card story, and I would rather hear ROSA'S vows, if that makes any sense. Because our wedding to Marius is as a collective entity. We could, like, what's it called? We could Mad Libs vows between... That was another thing I considered. There are a lot of things I thought about. What if we're all the same guy just messing around with you? Yeah, all, I don't even know how many people, I don't have my thing open. We have like 50 people in chat. Oh, 60 with YouTube, 60 people in chat right now. You guys are all actually the same guy. Rapping vows. Communism, our bride. You got it, Allison. Okay, so I figured we should actually start by watching some of the trailers because I've been saving them. I like intentionally haven't watched them. I saw the countdown like not quite cosplayer, but they had like an IRL actor show up and like do, I don't know, it was like body acting. I don't know. I had mixed feelings about it, but I thought it was like a cute concept. I saw those go out on Twitter, but I intentionally didn't watch the trailer for the cards, not even when they released China Side. And so I figured we should watch those, roll the gacha. Once the card comes home, which I'm fully prepared to go to full pity for. But once the card comes home, I have a wedding cake, which I thought about buying the whole cake, and then I was like, I'm not that stupid. I may be insane, but there are limits. And then I think we could do like a mini cake cutting ceremony together. And then I also have a candle for the 5-year anniversary that it's supposed to represent. And I thought about getting a whole bottle of champagne, but again, I was like, I'm not that crazy. So I instead got one of my favorite yuzu seltzers. It's like yuzu, it's like a sparkling yuzu sake. I was like, as long as you have a bubbly, it's fine. And I have champagne flutes ready also for us. So we will crack open the snacks and sweet treats once the gacha completes. But I have to survive hell first. We'll see how far my wallet needs to be opened. Paris cakes are great. Yeah, Paris baguette cakes are, I remember there was a while there was like a boycott. That was really difficult because I really like the Paris baguette cakes. I'm Tears the Theme is global and I'm 5 years old. Yeah, precisely. Yeah, precisely. Kawaii Kitten. Maddie, happy 11 months. You ready for the wedding? You also re-downloaded Tears the Theme. If you guys want to share returner codes with each other, please do. I don't count as a returner, so I can't give you anything. I have been fairly active consistently, actually. Okay, I'm gonna go pull the trailers up. I'm realizing belatedly that I did not have those ready. Where should we put my bride, guys? This is kind of difficult. I might get a neck cramp. Did you bring enough cake for everyone? Yeah. Yeah, Karma, you wanna take a bite? Wait, it's the communal fork. We all take a bite off the same fork. You're being so healthily moderate now. If you could spend moderately on gacha pulls. Yeah, if only. Look, the money I saved on the cake and champagne, I'm gonna spend on the gacha instead. I feel like it evens out. I'm actually suddenly having flashbacks to when we did the oh, I just realized there's a good place for you to go. There's like a little keyhole here. Oh, it's perfect. It's perfect. He's so secure, so stable and secure, like Britain's future. Post Brexit. I don't know how many more years I'm gonna keep making that joke, guys. Okay. Tears of Themis. I'm pretty sure CN dub should be this one. Is this the one? Event trailer. I saw the first meeting videos, and then okay, I think there's a few different videos we have to watch together. You guys ready? Let me pull them out and make sure we can all see. Oh, Shawly, happy 33 months. Thank you for the resub. Oh, actually, I think I might need to pause events for a moment. How do I do that again? I can't remember. Alerts. I don't remember. Okay, well, we'll just let them happen then. I'm okay with that. Browser. Okay. How should we, I'm like trying to think what format. Maybe I should do this. Maybe I should do this so that we can all, I won't like miss your guys' comments. Okay. Yeah, I think that looks good. Okay. And then, I think we should start with this. Make sure you guys can hear the audio. All right, you guys ready? Let's watch these. I've been intentionally saving them to enjoy on stream together with you. Shali, thank you for 33 months. Maddie for 11 and Arrow Ace Moon for 8 months. Okay, let's go. I saw the thumbnail, so I know the.
我来咨询遗嘱公证流程。
Are they opening with Vin?
不知道你看到它时会是什么反应，但请放心，我没什么生存危机。
I really like that they
只
went
是
with
想
like
把
a
它作为保护你的手
watercolor.
段。
Wait, and it's 3D.
我们相伴的人生还很长，
This is really cute.
多做些准备，总不会出错。是啊，人生这么长，谁有资格用一种身份去捆住另一个人的余生呢？即使婚姻可以达到跟遗嘱相似的，甚至更全面的效果，即使我也有些向往这个身份。
Oh my god, do they each get...
背负着某种传承和责任
Marius
时，
second is
人
rare.
的一举一动不再只关乎自己，总有一些向往要在人生里暂时甚至永久的让位。我愿意踏入权力的漩涡中，扛起本就属于我的责任，但我怎么能够以爱的名义要求另一个拥有无限可能的人卷入这种不断自证、身不由己的循环呢？
Oh my god, I have it. I have the marriage
这一张
application.
薄薄的纸
It's printed out.
是我人生的重要拐点。在我得知自己的生命所剩无几，
Wait, I love the
在我
visual
一次
style
又
they
一次
went
失
with
去身
today.
边的人，在我明明想要拥抱你，却又退回原地的时候，
I love that they went with something really soft and sweet. I wasn't
如果
super
预
sure
知
what
了
style.
一切，我还会做出相同的选择。
Yeah, the storybook kind of
父
energy.
母
I
师长
agree.
曾经在我心里种下理想的种子，但令它开花结果的，并不是旁人的期待。无论小如一枚徽章，还是大如一座舞台，都像一张张入场券。我追求的，
Also, I really
并非这些事物
appreciate
本身，
like when you take
而是它们所代表的可能性。现在，
media, like medium, a
多了一个
medium
全
that's
新的
usually
目的地。
2D,
这
like
张入场
watercolor,
券
and then translate it
只
to a
在你的手中。
3D. Damn,
走
I
入
don't
婚姻
know. 3D
与世俗规劝无
format.
关，这与你我的渴望有关。我们都深知法律与婚姻制度的不完美，
I feel like Artemis is the
所以
sweetest
如果你
actually.
未来有不同的想象，我也会欣然前往。但如果你愿意选择这种不完美的契约，我想这会是一次颇有胜算的挑战。
That's a horrible font choice.
因为我有一位完美
Yeah,
的搭档
presentation's a good word for it.
完美的爱人。
Oh.
如果出身无法决定人生，那么感情也不会。
I feel like at the end of the day, though, the one thing I have to admit is that Vin is always the most beautiful
我
one.
承认我很矛
With the
盾，
most like beautiful
既
aesthetics
被
in
合
his
法伴侣
design
的概念所吸
consistently.
引，
Vin wins
却
the
又害怕婚姻
aesthetics.
是一场由他人制定规则的游戏，对你远视公平。你比我更懂法律，比我更懂我的心，所以这一次，
Oh.
可以请你引领我吗？
婚姻也许是家的延伸，才让我心生向往。它也可能是某种负担。
5 of them include, yeah, they all become faves. It's true. I would keep saying this is not a dating sim. This is a role-playing game where we play as Rosa.
不变，
We're trying to make sure she gets with the best possible man. And in the process, you realize they're all very, very
无论这张
eligible.
申请表被签字提交，还是就此封存，都无法撼动我们的未来。在每一种可能的故事里，你都会抢先命运一
Oh.
步。
仅仅是想象与你走入婚姻，我就觉得好幸福，
天香
又好忧虑。
Lord of my heart.
即使出发点是爱，你也可能会被剥夺妻子之外的身份和人生。我明白，我无法完整的体会你的处境，但我会尽我所能。你不必在任何情况下选择妥协，只需要想你所想。
These are
爱
the
你所
exact
爱
lines that were in
成
the
为你
event
自己。
conversation.
我已经做好准备，无论你会提我怎样的质疑，
我们有一生的时间来验证一切。
任何一种未来，我都很期待。
所以，跟随你的心吧。
All 4 of the headshots were so cute. Oh my god. I feel like a proud parent, like giving my daughter away. Oh my god, all of your men were great choices. Rosa, I'm so happy for you. Thank you for the hype train. Also, Shin, thank you for a gift sub, and Stippy, happy 2 months. Welcome in. Offensive driving course is a hilarious concept. Congrats. congrats, Orange Pencil. Yeah, I held off on polling just so I could do it together with everybody. This is our communal wedding, guys. We all have to get married together. Them's the breaks. I don't make the rules. Okay. Lika, they keep telling you to use it for kazoo. I have my kazoo ready. If you want to do a kazoo redeem, I'm ready to go at any time. My kazoo has, it's missing a googly eye. It's a single eye kazoo now. Okay, I think maybe I'll sign the marriage application after, this is what it looks like, wait. I think maybe we sign this together after the gacha. I think I signed it in game as Rosa, and I think I would kind of want to do the same thing, like physically also. I also, you know how I keep saying like, oh, I thought about buying a full cake, but then I was like, I'm not that crazy, and I bought a slice. And then I was like, I thought about buying like a bottle of champagne, and then I was like, I'm not that crazy, so I got like a small bottle of like sparkling yuzu sake. You know what I thought about? I thought about going to like the print shop and getting this printed on like fancy perfumed paper. And then I was like, I'm not that crazy. I'm just not, you know, not that kind of person anymore. Megan Dax, happy 12 months, 1 year. Thank you for the resub. Kazoo, for the wedding march? Okay, well, so should I save the kazoo redeem for the da when we get the gacha card then? Also, Sapporo was asking to leave. Let me get her out first. Okay. I'm not that crazy. Yeah, I like fully acknowledge that I'm crazy, right? Like I wear it like many people we wear it as a badge of honor. Our lack of sanity, I think, is testament to our ability to live unrestrained, authentic lives. And I think that is very admirable. And since many people that I admire in life live their lives in such a crazy way, I take great pride in also being considered one of the crazy ones. That being said, am I crazy enough to buy a whole entire cake for myself for the sake of celebrating not even my wedding? Like, not even my fictional wedding with a fictional man, but Rosa's wedding, okay? That's my daughter. Why not? Because I'm gonna eat the whole cake. And then I'm gonna have the worst poops on my stomach parasite in New York. No, I don't even need the fucking parasite. I'm gonna eat a whole cake and die. Like, share it with your roommates. I have one roommate. I thought about it. I was like, okay, if I hand deliver the cake to like my my neighbors are good friends of mine, share some with my parents. My parents hate cake. And then like my friend who lives down the street, that's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, roughly 6 people could share this cake. It's a pretty big cake. My favorite cake, my second favorite cake at Paris Baguette is the blueberry yogurt cake. That's the one I was thinking about getting. I looked at that and I was like, no, the poops are worth it for Rosa? For Rosa? Look, as much as I love Rosa, I don't think Rosa would want me to suffer. I don't think Rosa wants me to eat a whole cake on her behalf and have the runs. Anyways, guys, yeah, and their cakes are expensive. If I bought the blueberry yogurt cake, I'm probably gonna drop $100 on the gacha today. If I spent $60 on a whole ass cake, there goes my gacha budget. You know, we gotta have priorities, okay? I'm also unemployed. Oh, that being said, I actually have to take a moment to really thank you guys because my Twitch payout came yesterday, and it was like $400. I haven't seen it break $200 in like a long time. So thank you guys for sponsoring today's cake. Elena, thank you. Yeah, Nameless, isn't that great? I was like, $400 from Twitch? Maybe I can go full-time. It'd be a long, long way from full-time. But doing the math, I was like, I needed to, if I were to go full-time on Twitch, because thankfully I worked in tech for so many years, I don't have to make that much money. To survive, I just need, the math was like, basically I would have to do the equivalent of like a minimum wage job. So if I can make minimum wage monthly income off of like Twitch and YouTube and like Spotify streaming, doable. I haven't lost, thanks to your guys' $400 I got on Twitch last month, which is a far cry from minimum wage, but it's not $200 anymore. it may be possible. So thank you guys very much for supporting the stream. I appreciate it. Wait, who just win? Thank you for 5 community sub gifts. And who got them? Namikaze, Kachina, Zuin, Night Coffee Bean, and Not a Ring Rat. Thank you very much to Just Wayne, Just Wayne or Just Ween for the 5 gift subs. I appreciate it. Welcome all 5 of you guys to Egg Squad. Thank you for Hype Train level 2. Oceanic Paris, hello! It's close. I sometimes get $500 for my part-time minimum. I guess it's like full-time. If I worked 40 hours a week on a minimum wage in the California equivalent, that's my goal for streaming and such. Because I feel like if I try to shoot any higher than that, it's not that it's unachievable, but that it would require compromising my morality, to put it really strongly. Probably. And I don't got that in me. I respect it. Whoever needs to be out there getting the bread. But I feel like my privilege as a former tech worker is that I don't have to do that anymore. So I don't see why I should. Anyway, that was a small digression. I just wanted to voice very vocally my appreciation for your support. It truly does mean a lot. I know it feels like a small thing when whether it's me or any other content creators that you support out there. I can understand how overwhelming it is, and so I appreciate when people go out of their way to support me by giving me a sub or gifting subs or listening to my streams or whatever it may be. Or like streaming my music on Spotify is a big one because Spotify pays fucking nothing. But it's okay. I think it was worth an attempt, and I'm going to continue to attempt. I just need to define a failure condition, which I haven't done yet. I'm like, if I don't define a failure condition, I can't fail. Oh my god, I just realized I forgot to set up my fucking capture card. Okay, it's okay. It should go fast. I was like, why did it feel like stream setup went too fast today? It's because I fucking blanked. Okay. I was like, okay, now let's switch to the game and start rolling the gacha. Can't. Very important setup step got missed. If you guys are curious, I can talk you through the process. It's actually quite quick. I've optimized it as much as I can. 2 cables, capture card, and my iPad, and then HDMI input only. I don't do the output also unless I'm playing a game that has like sensitive, like my input triggers have to, like if I tried to stream like Tears of the Kingdom or Breath of the Wild for a while, and that required really sensitive input timings. Dongle goes into the iPad, and then the HDMI cable connects there, and that's how you get the media input. And then this just connects the card, the capture card. So the HDMI like data input comes from the iPad into this. This then transfers it through a USB cable into my PC. And then to keep my iPad charged, I actually need to grab a charger really quick. Okay. Also, the good news is today I was originally gonna have to limit stream to like 3.5 hours. But thankfully, the thing that I thought I would have to end stream for is like rescheduled, so I can stream as long as we need to today. Also, the code's probably not going to stay on the whole time. I'm getting very warm. Is the certificate printed and ready to be signed? Yes, Lancer. Ta-da! More like a capture trapezoid. Yeah, I have a little capture card too. One of these things. These, if you're looking for a cheaper setup, these are really good. Where'd it go? Oh, got it. This little guy, it's like $15. Oh yeah, why do I keep dropping it? This thing is like $15. Super cheap. The input delay is more dramatic than with this thing, and it doesn't allow you to do HDMI output into a different monitor, so you can have 0 latency control inputs. So for streaming things that, like, it was so bad, I was trying to stream Animal Crossing on this, and I couldn't even catch butterflies, because that was like how sensitive the inputs had to be. I couldn't catch butterflies on this thing. Also, the resolution's a little lower, so yeah. It doesn't want to stay in your... Yeah, it hates me, Nameless. I don't know why it hates me like that. All right, we are set up. Let me just make sure it looks okay. Yeah, I think so. I might need to update the game. That's good, because we have one more video to watch, and then we'll switch over. Okay. Where were we? We were here. I was on this screen with you guys. And then I think on the channel... Wait, it's so sad that they only have 100K subscribers. I guess Tears of the Theme is quite niche, huh? I keep forgetting it's a niche thing because I feel like on my side of the internet, where did chat go? Where did chat go? Why'd you guys disappear? Is this thing on? Oh, it is. Oh, thank God. I don't know why I did that. Okay. Okay. I think they might be having some server difficulties too because they just gave me a weird server pop-up. Chat playing hide and seek. What was I saying? I was in the middle of saying, in my corner of the internet, because of the way algorithms work, I guess, I like see a lot of Tears of Themis all the time. So I just like often forget that it is still a relatively niche game. Okay, let's watch the first meeting. I did watch this one already, but I feel like we should go through all of it.
为什么那么多童话故事都将王子和公主幸福快乐地生活在一起作为结局呢？可我觉得，那应该是人生的另一个阶段。过去，
Every time they play this
王
background
子一
music
直
for
在等待
Marius,
自己的公
I'm
主，
really emotional.
以亲吻缔结爱恋的永恒。
When they ran this
携手
event
走过
for his
甜蜜的
birthday,
磨合期，共同迎接每一个美好瞬间，既相互依偎，
and it was like the cat in the cage, and then slowly the layers fell away.
因为彼此
So emo.
更加耀眼。最终，我们拥有了超越世界一切总和的幸
Do
福
you。guys have a favorite engagement ring of the set?
童话故事到这里似乎已
Or
经
the
走到了
wedding
尾
duos? I like Vin's best.
但我却
Sorry.
还想
Can't help it.
让我们的爱永不落幕。
I'll show you guys
现
Marius's
在
rings in a bit though. If you
王
don't
子
go
和
here,
公主受到精灵的邀请，
there's
即
a
将登
really
上乐
cute
园，
concept in
开
this
启
one.
全新的篇章。
Isn't it interesting how they use a person for this? Like a faceless person, but it's like a real 3D person? I didn't expect
它
them to do
一
this.
定会成为世上独一无二的奇迹。
I was shook. When this dropped on Twitter, I was like, that's a guy.
结婚是现实的一体，而仪式是
So
属于
Nichoyo forgets us. You're right, Orange Pencil.
选择
They like
权
keep hosting Hoyo events. There's no Tears of
也
Themis.
只在你手中。
I don't go here. What are the rings? I'll show you guys. Don't worry. I know a lot of you guys don't go here. Part of the reason I stopped streaming it is frequently. But okay, cool. Thanks for watching the first meeting together with me. I'm sorry I talked over all of it. I just got kind of excited. Let me show you guys the rings. Marius. Actually, I'll pull up all the rings. Tears of Themis wedding rings. They're real, by the way. Of course, they sold it as actual merch. But like, what the fuck else are you gonna do? You know, I feel it's really obvious. The official rings. Hold on. I thought they would be on the wiki, but I guess not. Why is it? What? Okay, maybe it. Tears of Themis wedding rings. Maybe I need to search in Chinese. Oh, I found an image, a decent image. Hold on, we'll look at this. It's like on a weird resale site situation. So just ignore the kind of website it. Okay, I'm not a robot. I'm not a robot. Richard. I assume that's because of Richter. Richter? Richard. I'm calling him Richard from now on. Sorry. This is I know, right? Richard. Orange Pencil read my mind in YouTube chat. I'll show you guys. We'll start with Marius just so I can show you. I really love, look at this. So this is the men's band. This is technically the Marius band. His crown is a cutout, and it was cut out and put in ROSA'S band. Isn't that so? I love them. Richard, my favorite Tears of Themis love interest. I think it's just so cute. I feel the concept of like literally giving his crown to her. Oh, help. Help me. But I'm just not, I don't like rose gold tones. I don't really wear cool tone jewelry. All of my stuff is like warm gold. And everything I wear is like green. So Vin was going to be my obvious favorite. Also as a plant guy. I mean, look at my I'm so proud of this plant behind me. Anyway, I really, really liked Vin's design. This was my favorite one. I was like, if I'm gonna buy a set, it would probably be Vin's, but it just feels weird. Like, I feel like a LARPer. Vin is my like number 3 favorite. Like, I like all of them now. I've come around fully on all 4 of the male love interests, but like, Vin is still number 3. Like, I would still, it's not that I don't like him, it's just that we have rankings, you know? Like, this is so beautiful though. And then this one is Artem's, is it? No, this is Luke's? This is Artem's. Their sun and moon situation, or star and sun. And then I guess the feather should have given it away for Luke. Yeah. I'm just like, of these designs, the one I like the least is Marius. It's so offensive. I know Vin's ring is so good. His whole like rose garden imagery, like that was one of the earliest signs of like Vin being kind of a creep, that like in the beginning they were like trying to make him the red flag, you know, proudly. You're like, oh, you like red flags, we made Vin Richter for you. In the very beginning, like in one of his earliest encounters with Rosa, maybe the first, where she shows up and he like says something about roses and like was like a rose in a petri dish. It was like a really weird, like, he's like, oh, I'm a gardener and I like tend to my flowers and watch them grow. But then he like said it in like a creepy way. And then all of us were like, ugh. And then some of us were like, ooh. we all have our tastes. We're all valid. I later came around on Vin because I was like, you read more of the main story and you like realize how self-aware Vin is, that he's like a sussy baka. And then I was like, oh, actually I kind of like that he's self-aware about it. Like that makes it spicier. I like that he's doing it on purpose. Okay, anyway, yes, so this is all for those of you who don't go here and you haven't seen the rings yet, these are the 4 ring designs, and I think they're all really lovely. And I'm just a little sad that my favorite love interest is not my favorite ring design, and that's okay. That's okay. I seriously thought about buying the Vin one. It's just so lovely. I thought he was so weird. Yeah, I think a lot of us had like weird reactions to him at first. Okay, and then the final trailer we have to watch before we go gotcha hell is this one. I have not seen this one.
雪球的状态、场地，服装还要再整理一遍。你紧张吗？跟求婚那会儿是不一样的紧张。
What an interesting
即使有黑眼
blend
圈，
of
你也是我眼里最美的人。
Rosa's so
晚安，
pretty.
明天见。
Honestly, if it weren't for Rosa, I think a lot of us would have quit a lot earlier. She's the one keeping us here. This like 3D and then 2D and then IRL footage
是
blend.
我。本来想问问你昨晚睡得好吗？现在好像不用了。婚礼很快就要开始了，
Look how beautiful Vin
在
is.
我
How
们
can
无
you
法见
not
面的
love
最
him?
后一小段时间里，我想告诉你，
His cards always have the most beautiful visuals, like without fail. Meanwhile, like I think Luke and Marius always show up and you're like, what are you wearing?
你呢？我不累，能亲手布置我们的婚礼现场，我觉得很幸福。
The beautiful and amazing Rosa, I know. Oh my god, wait, her little moon and sun necklace.
姐姐，是我。你那边应该都忙完了吧？那现在你可以把眼睛闭上吗？我想给你变个小魔术。
我们总是幻想，如果能再早
3D
一些理解
situation, it's so.
从
I
你的
think.
这句话
Do you think they're trying
还
to
是
bring
不够好
together all of the like dimensions, basically, like
你怎么
to
哭
fully
了
like 穿越? I don't know how do you say that? Like
我们要
transcend,
举行婚礼了，所以别掉眼泪了。今天
like 2D, 3D, and
我们
IRL.
会是最幸福的人。
新娘，你快别忙了，新郎他们快到了。
哎，阁楼怎么变成这样了？你在吗？你什么？
I really like the way they drew Luke's expression in this card. His like stun-locked expression is so good.
挂念了很久，也爱了很久的你，
I'm of course biased, but I like Marius'
真的要
smile.
成为我的新娘。
Like of all the various expressions, that's my
从你闭
favorite.
上眼睛的时
It's
候，
so
就
refreshing.
一直在看着你。你真的好美。原来幸福到难以自持，是这样的心情。
Oh, I'm gonna fucking cry.
我想象过很
Look at
多回，
them.
却不敢相信自己真的能和你走到这一天。直到那个雨夜， 当你紧紧握住我的双手，我才恍然大悟，原来与你相爱才是最美好的事。
当一头鲸鱼在深海中吟唱时
I know, in everybody's micro expressions are so perfectly illustrated and also rigged. Like the live 2D animations on them
他
is
们会
so
不断留下
delicately
彼
done.
此，直至相遇，直至抵达共同的乐土。
如果我们的人生也是一部电影，我想注定会发生的事
Little chibi art.
只有一件：所有情节中，只有我们的相爱有迹可循。
所有2选1的问答里，我不愿让你面对糟糕的选项。
That was so
如果
good.
注定某一刻将有不幸降
You
临，
deserve all of them, Rosa. I'm so glad you get to live 4 parallel realities
这世上
together.
的一切都会证明我们永不磨灭的爱情，
Oh, I'm getting a
直到
door
世
knock.
上的
Hold
一
on.
切。
Sorry to bother, but do you know where Sapporo's inhaler is? She was having an attack.
Oh my god. It's been a while. I moved it here because she was always doing it here.
Why?
Is it better now?
Well, she stopped, but she was wheezing, and I was like,
Usually lasts like a
what this
minute-ish.
is. Yeah, and I
Yeah.
was like,
I guess we'll put it back outside then. Because she had 2 of them like in bed. So I like moved it here. But then she hasn't had it since I did that. So.
she just had one. And I was like,
It's been like a year and a half. It's like she knows the vet appointment is tomorrow. She's like, okay. Did you get video of it?
no, I should have. I didn't because I was trying to find her inhaler, and then I spritzed it, and then she got scared, and then she ran off, and she still.
Oh, the other inhaler.
Yeah.
Okay. You scared it out of her. It's like hiccups. Okay, sorry guys. Sapporo had a. For those of you who don't know, our cat has feline asthma, and she had an asthma attack just now. But it's handled. It is over. She's okay. The inhaler was in my room because usually when she has asthma attacks, it's in my room. So I handed it to my roommate in case it happens again. But she only gets asthma attacks really rarely. So I think it'll be okay. Well, at least maybe we just didn't see it, but we haven't seen an asthma attack from her. It's been a year, I think. Yeah. Oh, Mr. Chan, hello. Gotta go enjoy married life. Thank you. Welcome in. Okay, let me back it up a little bit and we'll restart from earlier. I was joking. I was like, Sapporo has a vet appointment tomorrow. And I was like, oh my God, it's like she knows there's a vet appointment tomorrow. So she's like, let me get my asthma attack out of the way now. All the love to the kitties, indeed. Yeah, she's fine. Her asthma is really not that bad. But she has been diagnosed with it. We have 2 different inhalers for her. She refuses to use any of them. So we can only administer one of them when she's like actively having an attack. And it's never where it needs to be. Okay, anyway, she's okay now. So we can lock in.
是一部电影，我想注定会
Not
发
as stressed
生
your
的事
cat. She'll be fine.
只有一件：
I've done this many times.
所有情节中，只有我们的相爱有迹可循。
所有2选1的问答里，我不愿让你面对糟糕的选项。
This was Vin's.
如果注定某一刻将有不幸降临，也让我比你更先面对。
I really think this 3D IRL 2D situation, they're trying to blend all of the
直到世
modes
上的一
together.
切。
Her nails look really good. My favorite wedding
在那之前，
dress also, because she has 4 different wedding dresses for each of them in love interest.
你也与我同样幸福
Her。best wedding dress is also
我愿
Vin's.
永远守护
I know
与
it's
我无关的
subjective,
一切
but for me,
因为你的幸福就是我的幸福之源。
I've always really liked that slim profile, like
也不能将我
mermaid
们分离。
tail silhouette. And she
如果
kinda
那
has
一
that
天
for
真的
Vin's.
到
It's
来，
such a classic.
就换成我来抓住你的手吧。
永恒。
Look at her.
这个
Look
词
at how
相比，
classic her dress is for
我
me.
比你
It's
生
so
显得
good.
如此短暂
The off the shoulder, the like beautiful way it drapes around her waist. There's just no comparison. I love her Vin
这句
dress
诗
so
词
much.
会被怎样描摹呢？当你在我身边，纵然奔赴彼岸，
Look at that silhouette with the layered veil.
你眼中倒映着这座城市的神迹，
She always
倒映着
looks
一个
the most
并不完美
carefree. with
却因
Marius.
爱而蜕变的我。我眼中的你是什么样？我知道，你早就听过我的回
Where's
答
our，Yuri ultimate for sure?
但只要你愿
I
意
agree.
听，多少次，我都会亲口告诉你。
毕竟是一生一次的日子， 我想任性一回。再等等吧。结婚这么兴奋，不能单独
I don't even like Luke that much.
坚持住
Look at
去哪儿都
Look
行
how。happy she looks. Look how happy Rosa was. Yeah, hold on, we'll go back. I think my favorite Rosa expression
不能单独相处。
is this one with Luke, and my favorite Rosa dress is Vin's, and my favorite Rosa ring is also Vin's. But Vin's 2 for 3.
坚持不住的。
Look how happy she looks.
只要是我们一起。
如果你想要休憩，我随时都是你的退路和底气。如果你
I
想要
know
翱翔，
the composers
就让
went
我成为透气
crazy.
你的风，与你交辉的光。
Oh my god.
有幸与你再跳一支舞吧，直到你想停下。
This is
或者是
probably my favorite of all the silhouette shots.
永远。
I think the Artem one is the best one. Hoyo Mix truly never misses. Yeah, we're finally getting a concert for Tears of Themis. So exciting. They did like a mini, like 15-minute one many years ago, but I think we're finally getting like a full-length concert online. Fuck. That's crazy out here. I know the light on Artem scene is crazy. I don't know if we're ever gonna get these graphics as part of the cards, but I wish they did. Because you know how the card graphics is always like, because you get 3 unlocks. The first 2 are kind of the same, but different expressions, and the third one is like the second graphic with both of them. I don't know if do you guys know if the silhouettes are in the game somewhere where we can see them again, or is it just like in the trailer? I don't know. I've never like, I mean, we just got here, so I don't even know. Anyway, I'm like, full disclosure, I'm like not a marriage and wedding fan. Like, I'm the kind of guy who's like, my dream isn't to get, my dream was never, I wasn't one of those like little girls who grew up like always dreaming of getting married someday, which I think is kind of the target audience of a lot of this game sometimes. I frequently feel like I'm not the target audience. I'm just here because I love Rosa. And also Marius. But even as someone who's like low-key a marriage and wedding hater, this event is really emotional. And I think it's because it's the feeling of like giving my daughter away. Okay. The silhouettes are in-game. They have merch of it. So they're in-game like in the story or in-game in the cards somehow. Like, did they give us a 4th unlock for the cards? I doubt it. But anyway, okay. Want to see the full dresses? I know! We only ever got to see like each of the cards. Oh, well, actually, I think you guys can see from, here, I'll switch to the game so you guys can, well, it's time to gacha anyway, so it's the right time to do this. All right, let me change the capture to this. Why isn't it working? Okay, now it's working. Cool. I like this Vin card a lot too. Yeah, I do think it's really funny that like for the most part the Tears of Themis community is like largely in agreement that Vin's cards are the only ones that are never hit or miss. They're all hits. Artem has the next highest hit rate, and then like Luke and Marius fandom is like, how come half their cards look like shit? We roll them anyway, but they look like shit. Like, look, hold on. Some of the most embarrassing cards. Look at this. Look, what is this? What is he wearing? What is my boy wearing? Who let him out of the house like that? Which designer thought this was a good idea? I understand he's supposed to look like some freak-ass mob boss. Like, I get it. Did you have to make him ugly? Like, I know. Why? Guess who rolled it anyway? When this banner showed up, I was like, maybe as a Marius card collector completionist, maybe this is the one banner I skip. And then I was like, I can't. I know it's so it's meant to be gaudy, but like there's ways to do gaudy that aren't fucking ugly. I made sure to prioritize this Artem card from that event, but after Artem came home early, so then I was like, okay, I guess I'll spend the rest on Marius. That's fine. Okay, my white balance is being really weird, so let me move it around a little bit. Why is it so yellow? Okay, I think that should be fine. Okay, and then I don't know, sometimes they also just draw him funny. They just really do him dirty a lot of the time. This one I love though. I'm a big fan of this one. This one's very, very, very good. This is my favorite Mari Rosa card. It's just so, she looks so defiant. Like her expression is so good. There's a lot of these where I'm just like, he just looks so mid. Why does he look like that? Like a lot of these, they do him kind of dirty. Like who is that? when his eyebrows are drawn wrong, it doesn't look like him. This one was really great, like illustration wise, and then the story wasn't good and I was kind of mad. Anyway, I think maybe we just all hold higher standards for our favorites. Maybe that's what it is, but yeah, I think it's intended to be tacky, but they just went overboard. Like there are ways to do tacky and camp in a way that like feels intentional, and they didn't do that. Okay, shall we? Is it time? I got kind of nervous, guys. They all have such good expressions. They all have such good expressions. I love his smile. Okay, let's do the free roll. Okay, no such luck. If only. If only. Do I get... Oh, you get one more in 20. Okay, got it. So we're gonna do the 20% off roll first. Okay. My friends all got pretty lucky on this banner, so I'm like praying. No! Okay! Okay, that's fine, that's fine, that's fine. I'm mentally prepared to go to max, which is 100. Oh yeah, I'll take that. I'm mentally prepared to go to max if I need to. They just refreshed the gems like bonus, so the purchasing bonus where they like double your return, they just refreshed that. So I'm ready to slap down $100 if I need to. I would prefer not to, obviously, but if I have to. Yeah, I feel like everyone I know got Marius early. No! Okay. Okay, not in the first 20. Not in the first 20. Yeah. I'm just gonna grab all of these so I can get as many discount rolls as I can. Okay. At least it's still discounted. I think he hates me, guys. He hasn't been back early for me since... It's been over a year. It's been over a year since a Marius card came home early. He used to only come home early to me. I joked that the devs rigged it in my favor, which cannot possibly be true, but it felt like it at times. And then I was like, and now I'm being punished because I shit talk Hoyo all the time now. Now the devs are holding my feet to the fire. They're like, oh, you want to say whatever you want? Bet. The thing is, I don't shit talk Tears of Themis very much, you know? I shit talk all the other games. I shit talk them as a business. I shit talk the entire live service model. I don't shit talk Tears of Themis that much. I think this is 40. Fuck. Okay. He said, welcome home, cheater. I didn't go anywhere! Tears of Themis is the only game I didn't quit for like a super long extended period of time. Like I was always back whenever they ran another major event. I have not yet missed a single major event in Tears of Themis. Ah! Okay, do I have enough? I do. Okay. So that was 40, we're going to 50. I feel like anything before 50 is considered early in my books. So this is my last chance to get an early Marius. If there is a god. There may yet be a god. Okay, veil on, girly. Here we go. Please let it be. Please let it be. If you fucking trick me.
今天的夜空十分晴朗，亲爱的，该启程了。
I didn't have to spend $100. Thank fucking God. Oh, I'm so relieved. Listen, it's not gambling if you're always ready to pay full price, and if it comes home early, you consider it a discount. That's what this is, a discount. Oh, thank God. Oh thank God, I'm not gonna have to visit your mother's grave and tattle on you again. Don't look so pathetic. Why do you look so sad all the time, brother? I just told you I'm not gonna tattle on you to your mother, okay? Your dead mother can rest easy in her grave tonight. I'm not gonna show up and say a bunch of shit to you, okay? All right. See, look how pathetic. I love the little dress I made for him. Suits him so well. Yeah. And then notice how the little bouquet that I made for him here, there's 5 flowers. It's one for each anniversary year. Isn't that cute? I really thought this out, okay, guys? Heard you complaining you didn't come home early. Maybe slightly concerning to hear for someone who doesn't go here. Yeah, so for those of you who don't go here, Marius's mom died when he was really young, and it's like one of his major hang-ups is that he feels like it was his fault. His brother is missing. That is still, to my knowledge, unresolved in the main story. I was actually catching up on some of his personal story. I realized there's a whole, like, there's 4 parts to the first chapter, and I actually never played the 4th part, which was stupid of me, but I'll get to it eventually. I played the 2nd part without realizing I hadn't finished the first one. I don't know why they let you do that. Whatever. Point is, his family situation is extremely, like, he has a good relationship with his dad, good relation with his brother and his mother for the short time that they were together. It's just that everybody's like dead or missing except for his dad. So just to catch y'all up a little bit. And also, if you don't go here, this is our resident like venti of the game. Well, I guess actually a lot of the characters kind of have a freedom theme, but his whole thing is like freedom from the weight of expectation, his like familial duties against his personal dreams of like pursuing an artist's career. And I think he's a really actually relatable character for a lot of people, even though most of us are not filthy fucking rich CEOs of massive multinational corporations. He threatened his mother's grave. I didn't threaten to do anything to his mother's grave. I just threatened to tell on him. My only threat was that I was gonna go to his mother's grave and tattle that he was mean to me. I don't think that's that bad of a threat. I didn't threaten anything. There's a lot of worse things I could have threatened about his mother's grave, and I leave that as an exercise to the reader. Okay. All right. Anyway, that's great. Thank God. Holy shit. I'm relieved. Okay, you guys know what this means. We can finally have our cake cutting ceremony. 51. Oh, thank God. Oh, thank God. Oh, that could have been so much worse. Wait. Should I? I feel like I should. Marius, close your eyes. Close your eyes. Close your eyes. Close your eyes. Close your fucking eyes. You don't need to see this? Are you that crazy? Yeah, that's exactly the thought going through my head right now is I know I'm crazy, but am I that crazy? Orange, you're right. Maybe I should pull Vin before Artem. I usually pull Artem second, but the thing is that I like Vin's card more. So then... Cheating, not even 5 minutes in. I'm not Rosa, okay? We love Rosa and we want what's best for her. And sometimes what's best for her is having 4 parallel realities. I have unfortunately met young artists that give up their pursuit of art in favor of better business opportunities. Yeah, better business opportunities or like obligation to family, things like that. Very, very, very common story. Poly N2X, yeah. I think Rosa deserves a harem. I don't have a whole lot of currency to spend, you know? Like, I could just spend what I have left and see what happens. I was prepared to drop $100. I could still do that. I saved money on the cake, remember, guys? Instead of buying the $60 cake, I only bought 1 slice of it. So, it's not cheating if it's just furthering the marriage of a parallel version of Rosa in a different timeline. Yeah, exactly. She is committed to all of them. Let's save this for a future stream. I'm gonna try to save up some currency through like event things, and then we still have 2 weeks. We still have 2 weeks. Give it 2 weeks. Give it 2 weeks, okay? Today our version of Rosa will be faithful. Okay, I'll save it. We'll save it. I'll be back. Isn't this invitation so good? Okay, anyway. Why are there so many? Did I get an achievement for this? Oh, I was clearing, can't remember how to get to the phone. Is it here? Oh. Okay, wait, I'll be back. We need to do cake cutting. We need to pour not champagne, and then we need to read this fucking card story. If they let me down, because 4th anniversary card was, honestly, I'm just gonna be really blunt, right? Like I said, I was not gonna mince my words when it came to Hoyo Devs anymore. 4th anniversary was really disappointing. I understand it was about like a card for reminiscing or whatever, but I was like, but the writing was bad and it was like cringe in a bad way. It was really cheesy and like, I know you guys can do better, but it's true that they do have huge variance in writing quality. They don't always hit the mark. There have been a lot of card stories that let me down. And even main story there were like 2 years in there where I straight up didn't like their writing. And when I was revisiting Marius's personal story this morning, before stream, I was rereading part two of his Blossom chapter. And the writing was so much better than it is now that I was like, is the writing actually getting better again? Or did I just fucking get used to their worse writing? I don't know. I honestly can't tell anymore. Anyway, let's enhance. The wild one with the fireworks. That was engagement. That one was crazy. I wasn't sure they would be able to do a good job because like raunchy scenes usually make me really like, I really liked it. I really, really, really liked the engagement one. Okay, thankfully I have enough to evolve. God, the way they animate his smile in this is crazy! That's crazy shit! That's so crazy! Lillian, have a good one. Thanks for stopping by. Okay, I think I only need to get to level 70 to get all of the story, but let me might as well just max it. Let's just max it. Okay. If the writing bombs, throw my toast in the trash. I haven't read it yet. Okay. Oh my god. This is really not my style, the like princess look, but I can see that for a lot of girls it is. I feel like for the aesthetic, they did really well. It's just not my style personally. Maybe I do have to roll the Vin one. I have to roll the Vin one just so I can have Rosa in the correct dress. She looks great in this, don't get me wrong. It's just not my style. Oh, so cute though. And I really like Marius' style is frequently my favorite because the Lu Jinghe's like the Lu family's the Xinzhongshi, the new China style situation that like my coat also represents, right? I love that aesthetic. And I was really hoping that they would put that aesthetic on Rosa for her wedding dress. So frankly, when they released the Mari Rosa wedding gown, I was a little bit disappointed. I was like, you guys couldn't have done like a Xinzhongshi wedding gown? That would have gone so hard. But I guess the reason you can't do that is because they wanted to do the Western style with the white dress, and doing a Xinzhongshi in white would be really challenging. Like, for it to not look like a funeral shroud would be difficult. I can acknowledge that. So, that's probably what it was. Okay. Yeah, the color palette is really nice. And I like that it's not exactly a pure white, it's kind of a pale lilac. Breaking tradition a little bit there. New tradition, actually. Alright, pulling different cards for the correct Rosa. Exactly, Callahan, you understand. Okay, before we read the card story, we have to do a cake cutting. You guys ready? I'm like a little bit afraid of getting cake stuff all over my jacket. Oof. Oh, there's a lot of whipped cream on this. It's like a yogurt cream. I really like their yogurt cream. Okay, let me just not make a mess on my desk. Okay, and then... Can I do this without fucking everything up? Hold on, let me... Okay. Shit. This is already going horribly. Okay. Okay, and then we have to hold the knife together. This is so cursed. Ah! I dropped the knife. Ready? Ciao, ciao. It's gonna fall over. Me cutting such a tall slice of cake. Oh my god, look how soft and fluffy it is. Yippee! Okay, you have to have the first bite, Miss Bride. Guys, what do I do? She's not eating it. It's all over. Okay, hold on. Woo! It's all over my hands. Yeah. Oh, this blueberry cake is so good. They do like a blueberry yogurt cream. It's so fire. Okay. Throws Marius unceremoniously to the side. This looks like a hostage situation. It's like that one TikTok that went viral because there's like a guy with his girlfriend on his lap, and then there was like, it looked like weirdly composed, and like her arm, like his arm was off screen or something, and then people were like TikTok duetting it, where they put it over their own video and like pointed a gun at her head and like looked like a hostage crisis. You know the one I'm talking about? I really enjoyed that meme. That was really funny. Okay. Yeah, guys, we all get a bite of this cake, okay? And then, instead of champagne, because I'm not that crazy, maybe I should have just gotten champagne. But I really like this yuzu sake also. A glass for me and a glass for you. A glass of bubbly. It looks like a beer bottle, doesn't it? But it's a citrus. It's a yuzu. A sparkling yuzu sake. Oops, it's dripping. Okay, guys, this is for you. Here, POV. POV, we are toasting at the Mari Rosa wedding hosted by Ying. I'm officiating, guys. Okay, wait. And then I think if we're going to read the toast, we should do it now. One of our community members, Callahan, wrote a toast. I have not read it. I'm reading this blind. I have no idea if it's like silly or serious or both. But I think we should try to read it before we cheers. Yeah. Oh, we gotta do that. Hold on. I gotta get the here. Okay. Wait, like this. Okay, everybody. It's time for toast. We're all paying attention. Stop your talking, table number 12. You guys can catch up later. Okay. How many tables do you think we've at their wedding? Like 100? They probably have a big flashy wedding. Okay, where did you... Oh, you sent it to in our like Vips chat, I think. Okay, I have it. Should I pull it on screen so we can all look at it together? I will, because it's in such a cool, like, you gave it to me in such a cool layout. I think we should do it. Someone sent you a secret message. Time for a toast, groomers! Makes total sense that the Marius dress is this pretty princess number with a fuck ton of sequins and beads, because those are incredibly expensive. Yeah, Viridian, pretty much. Okay. Hold to unseal. Whoa! That's a lot! I'm excited! Okay, I'm gonna zoom in so you guys can see it better. Ready? Good afternoon, ladies and gentlethems. For any who don't... I'm reading for Callahan. For those who don't know me, I am Callahan, the Calm Thy Palm in chat who was never referred to as such. I haven't called you Calm Thy Palm in like probably years. First of all, I must apologize if this toast sounds rushed. It is. I wrote it yesterday. Q either laughter or crickets. Don't leave this in, Cal. I've known Ying for the... Oh, I'm the one getting married off? Okay. I've known Ying for the better part of 3 years now, and the beautiful bride and her groom, who is here, I guess. Wait, who's the beautiful bride? This one? For about as many hours as Ying has streamed Tears of Themis in that time. I joined the Inferno server May of 2022 after watching our favorite streamer provide a pretty comprehensive and professional pronunciation guide to the names of characters and places in Genshin's Liga. And boy, has that initial image of a well put together and sane person plummeted since then. In the best of ways, of course. We all love your unhinged ways, yoing, as I am sure Rosa and her husband do as well. What was his name again? Mobius? Mario? In any case, may these blessed binds that now have us all collectively intertwined with one another last the eternity that they've been promised. And may the winged whales of Gotcha Heaven not need much to drag you out of hell in all your polls moving forward. Oh, and do enjoy the reception, everyone. We might as well put Marcus's Mobius, Mario, Marcus. Wait, Mobius is a different Honkai character. Marcus's deep pockets to good use while we're at it. Eat the rich, Mike the drop. That was great, Callahan. Thank you for writing us a toast. Woo! That was so fun. That was totally unprompted too. Callahan just drops it in the server, ats me, and goes like, I wrote you a toast if you want one. I was like, you what? I was like, you don't even play Tears of Phoebus. Fucking, that's how you do commitment to the bit. Morbius, yeah. All right, thank you, Callahan. Thank you, thank you. All right, let's all have, let's do our cheers. I'll do my best attempt at a POV cheers for you guys, okay? Now that toasts have concluded, a toast to the groom, to the groom, to the groom, to the groom, to the bride, to the bride, to the bride. Okay, I'll stop. Yay! Happy Mari Rosa wedding! Cheers! And then you guys go glug, 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 glug. How was that for a POV attempt? I hope I didn't get whipped cream all over my sleeves. Hold on, let me check. I'm clean. I did it. That was so good. Ah! Cheers! All right, let's have this cake too. I don't want it to go stale while it's just sitting here. Here, you guys can have the first bite. Say ah. Say ah. Oh! I think the chocolate picked up some dust or something. I'll take the chocolate off. Boop. Okay. Now say ah. In a way, we shared it. It's like when you offer food to your ancestors. Is that ill-omened for me to say that? Whenever I offer chat my food, I feel like I'm grave sweeping in China, where you bring like a bunch of food, like home-cooked food, and then you lay it out in front of the tombstone. And then you're all there, like, offering this food to the spirits and the ancestors while you burn paper money and stuff. And then you collect it all, take it home and eat it. And then I was like, we're eating their food. How can we do that? And my mom was like, no. The spirits already ate the spirit food. So what we're eating is their leftovers. And I was like, I don't know if I feel good about eating leftover ghost food either. Like, now I'm just waiting for Marius to get pregnant. Kawaii Kitten, you sound like my mother. Wedding's not even over yet. And you guys are like, when's the grandchildren coming? Oh my god. They have 2 blueberry cakes at Paris Baguette and they're all so good. Okay, I will nibble on this through the duration of the stream. We did it! Maybe I am your mother. I know my mom can't type that fast, Kawaii Kitten. It would have taken her like 5 minutes just to type that out and figure out where the caps lock key is. Eating leftover ghost food is literally mutual aid. Guys, I forgot something really important. We have to light the 5th anniversary candle. I mean, the cake's been broken into, but it won't stop me. Because, you know what you gotta do? You just have to hold it at the right angle. I'm a cosplayer. I know how these work. Right? My lighter is in the next room. One second. I'm gonna grab it. You guys haven't seen it in a while. I think the last time I brought this lighter on screen, it was like Venti's birthday, like years ago or something. Do you guys remember the taser lighter? The webcam is not. Duat, thank you for the tip. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Is that for the cake? Wait, okay, why is the webcam freaking out? 1 second. All right. Wait, I'm broke again. Why would you do this to me? Okay. You guys see the taser? Oops. Anyway, I really like my taser lighter. We're gonna, okay, how should I do this? It's like kind of the Tears of theme is birthday, right? There really is cat hair on the cake. Okay. Where should I put it? Maybe here? See, from this angle, you can't tell the cake's been eaten, except for the cream on the back, which I will quickly remove the evidence of. See, you can't even tell. Can't even tell we've eaten it from here. Tears of Themis Global is 5 years old. Yippee! Okay, tase it, tase it, tase it. Why isn't it working? Aha! Yay! So, do we... Oh, my kazoo redeem. I guess instead of singing Happy Birthday, we sing Here Comes the... We did it. Ready? Everyone make a gotcha wish. And then let's blow it out together. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Wow, happy 5th anniversary to Tears of Themis. I hope I don't set the smoke detector off. That was a lot of smoke. It's really stinky. May we all win our 50-50s. That's what the 5 stands for, guys. Okay, thanks for indulging me in these stupid traditions. I just think it's so fun to do stupid shit like that. We have to exercise our free will, guys. And that involves buying expensive, overpriced 5-year-old candles to put on your cake for the 5th year anniversary of your Otome Gacha game. Why am I dropping so many things today? That one landed so elegantly. I'm just gonna put it on the side. Should I lick it off? Oh my god, wait, my party trick that I haven't shown you guys in a hot minute. I like found a clip of it from like years ago. So recent chat won't know. As today's maid of honor / also best man, I don't know which one I am, or / officiant, my party trick to impress the wedding guests. Do you guys know I have a really long tongue? I think the OGs remember. I used to do this on stream like in my first year or 2 of streaming. It was like one of the funniest things I would. Do you guys? You want? I was about to want to see, and then I was like, "You're gonna see no matter what." Ready? Hello, whipped cream. I can like touch the bottom of my chin. Gross. The stupidest party trick I have up my sleeve. We live the lives we want. It's what Marius would do. Well said, Callahan. Every day is a new experience for me on Yang stream. Barely get over my life. Yeah, I like because you know how you grow up thinking everything you do is normal. I thought that was normal, and then one time, I forget what it was. We just all had our tongues out for like a stupid photo or something, and then my friends were like, "What the fuck?" And I was like, "What?" That's how I found out that it's not normal. Okay, fixing the focus on my camera one more time. All right, you guys ready for finally, at long last, the card story? I think my jacket can finally come off. I have no idea. I assume the card story is just literally gonna be like the day of their wedding or something. That's just my assumption, but I have no idea. Also, look at this cool shirt I thrifted. Isn't that neat? I wore it to Yaoi Church. Like the last time I wore this set, I was at Yaoi Church at Fanime. We were hearing Yaoi confessions. It was great. It was fantastic. Okay, here we go. As always, let me know if audio is not good. But I think it should be okay. Oh, thank you, Duad, for hydrating me. I'm gonna drink out of the champagne flute. Orange Pencil says, when I was younger, my parents used to tell me that the Buddhist food offerings were touched by Buddha, and that's why we eat it. Oh, that's the first time I've heard that particular explanation, but I feel like I would have been less freaked out by that and more happy than the, like, we're eating the ghost food leftovers explanation that my mom gave me. Okay. Lock in, guys. Okay, so as we agreed last year's Athena stream, I'm gonna reread the lines that Marius says in Chinese, or any character says in Chinese, for those of you who are not watching the screen and can't understand Chinese. Okay. Here goes nothing. Cheers, guys. The wedding ceremony with Marius will be held at Pax's newest and most luxurious hotel. When they first said that that's where they were going to have the wedding in the event, I was actually really disappointed. Okay. And now, having finished your makeup, you stand in front of the mirror in the hall's dressing room, waiting for Marius to guide you to the venue of the wedding ceremony. Oh my god, she's in her dress. Wait. I thought she had like a sweetheart neckline on her. Did they not redraw the sprite for each? Because that looks like Vin's. Okay, maybe all the sprites are not matching her actual gown. That actually makes me kind of mad. Why didn't they? You put so much effort into all of this and then you couldn't redraw Rosa's sprite 4 times shoulder up for the dialogue? Okay. You guys do that, I guess. Yeah, it's just one sprite. Damn. It would have been so cute to have 4 different Rosa sprites for each of the card stories. Okay, this is the wedding dress that Marius and I designed together. I think it's also so cute that all of the grooms design your wedding dress and your wedding bands and the display case for the wedding bands and also the wedding all together. Like, it's so many times I see people get married and it's like the bride does all of that. It's like rarely does the groom weigh in, and I really like that the devs went out of their way to make sure it was like a fully collaborative process for this. They did choose the correct Rosa. You're right, Callahan. When designing the wedding dress, Marius had carefully selected matching diamonds and moonstones, making it dazzlingly beautiful. As you turn around, the sheer dress adorned with gems and platinum thread sways gently, like waves glittering with golden light under the sun. Combined with the well-fitted overall cut, this wedding dress gives the impression of elegance rather than extravagance. I don't know, it kind of gives extravagance. I won't lie. The stylist just told me that true design comes from love and understanding. Marius had tried his best to make it perfect, not just the design of the wedding dress, but the entire process, from venue selection to the detailed arrangements. This is the canon Rosa wedding dress when she marries Kiki! And then Celestine officiates. Found out bending your lower leg back so far it's parallel to your upper leg is not normal, and I was like 14 and someone saw me, oh, fa, is that your party trick? I like that we all have weird party tricks. He says,
我的新娘一定要有全世界最盛大、最特别的仪式。
My bride shall have the most spectacular, most unique ceremony the world can offer.
这场仪式起航时要有万里晴空来迎，落幕时要有满天星光相送。
One that shall embark in glorious sunlight and conclude in the gentle radiance of the stars. Outside the window, the morning sunlight is captured by the carefully designed prism device on the rooftop. Countless rays of light refract through the crystal lattice. Even without turning on the lights, this place is as bright as day. Everything is precisely as Marius had meticulously calculated when designing this hall. Oh, do you think they're gonna make this like an invitation background that you can use, or like visit background? I think they have to. It's so beautiful. I get really sussed out now though, because I've caught them multiple times now. Not that it's been confirmed or anything, but I've caught them multiple times now using AI backgrounds. Let's take a closer look at this real quick. This one might be okay. The buildings all make sense. Just don't trust them anymore. After you see it happen once, you're like, after that. No, I think these mostly make sense. Okay. Either that or they've gotten better at hiding their tracks. Alright, well, let me know if you see any weird aberrations. Oh, bye, Allison. Thanks for hanging out. The reflection looks off. I think that's just the schmear that you do in reflection sometimes. I know, having to second guess out always feels so bad, but I just like, I have to know. I have to know. Once you've caught them once, it's like you can't trust them again, you know? When the Pax Group's landmark hotel was completed, you went with Marius to inspect the hall that the media had dubbed the Stellus Pearl. At the time, the two of you had yet to discuss what would soon become the most important ceremony of your lives. However, as Marius walks into the hall, his serious expression from discussing business affairs quietly melts into a gentle smile. Then, surprisingly, he changed his schedule, canceled his meetings, and invited you to the rooftop.
姐姐，你从这个角度看大楼的外景， 有没有觉得它的形状很有特点？
Which building? Following the direction he points in, you gaze at the hotel's unique domed roof. I guess it's probably not visible from here because they're standing on the building in this. So they're like looking at the building from one of the patios or something. Which glows with a faint blue in the twilight, like a whale leaping out of the ocean. It looks like a whale. Whale, whale, whale.
大楼的穹顶内部采用了新的投影技术，到了夜晚，整个穹顶还会模拟深海的光影效果。
Yep, a new projection technology. Oh, did I not reread Marius's lines earlier? Sorry. He said, Miss, if you look at the If you look at the building shape from this angle, don't you think it's quite distinctive? And then his most recent line was, yep, a new projection technology has been applied to the interior of the dome, simulating deep sea lighting effects at night. That's a little 俗气, brother, I'm not gonna lie.
当你从天台看向远处的时候，外界的灯火就会化作星辰。
When you look into the distance from the rooftop, the lights of the city will transform into stars.
而我们所处的天台就会像悬浮于海面上的一座岛屿，一个远离城市喧嚣的乐园。
The rooftop where we are on now would be like an island floating on the sea, a paradise away from the city's hustle and bustle. Paradise, and the whale that would carry you there. These are all part of the blueprint he drew for your new home. Or rather, what the word home truly means to you.
电礼厅设计稿的时候，巧合的是，那段时间我也在思考我们新家的布置。
Coincidentally, when I was working on the design for the hall, I was also thinking about how to decorate our new home.
不，或许不是巧合，应该是命运的提示，好让我提前做下准备。
No, maybe it's not a coincidence, but rather a hint from fate that allows me to make preparations in advance. What kind of preparations? Marius leans against the railing of the rooftop, gazing at the distant neon lights. His smile is gentler than moonlight, as if envisioning a future dream. Then he tilts his head, his slender fingers tapping against his
这个
lips.
时候说出来就不够惊喜了。
So, I guess we all thought 6th anniversary might, because 3rd anniversary, I think they moved in together. So I think we were all like, maybe 6th anniversary will be like where they moved to their new home that they like designed together or something. But then 6th anniversary just got announced and it's the Agatha Christie collaboration, which I think nobody is disappointed. At least the Western, like global servers, are very happy about it. But it's not what we thought it might be. So maybe next year? They do for the rerun next year. The Allies outfits are also released then. What did they do for the rerun next year? Oh, you mean the invitation? Okay. I thought that makes sense to do it for the rerun. Yeah. Okay. If I tell you now, it won't be a surprise anymore. The images for the 6th are so beautiful. Yeah. As someone who, like, Luke is my number 4, right? Again, no hate, just my personal preferences. I have to say it every time. People like to take me out of context, unfortunately. But his art in the Agatha Christie event is just... wow. I was like, I like him a lot more like this. You got Artem in 10, CCS! Congratulations! Holy crap! Holy crap, I guess we did have some leftover rolls. I'm glad that worked out for you. Shit. Looks like you're gonna keep your little secret. He makes a gesture as if swallowing the secret in one gulp. Gulp?
是啊，我可得好好忍住。
I feel like
毕竟我在
in
姐姐
Chinese
面
they'd be
前
like, oh.
从来都藏不住心事。
It's like, because it's a trope in C-dramas where you like catch a person with a note and you're like, what's that in your hand? And then they go, it's like a C-drama trope. Wait, oh my god, my friend's making a C-drama bingo thing. My friend who got Marius 2 times in 20 rolls. I need to... We didn't sign our marriage application! Okay, we'll do that later. I need to write down a reminder to add that in. The like swallowing secret note. For the bingo. That would make such a good bingo tile. Do you guys know what I'm talking about in C-dramas where they like ball it up really fast and shove it in their mouth? Have you guys seen this? I feel like it can't just be me. It has to be a trope. I'm not imagining this. Okay, Marius in 100, Duan. That is how it goes sometimes. Congrats! Okay, Marius's line here is, yeah, I better keep my cards close. After all, I can never hide anything from you, 姐姐.
但这次可不一样，这次
But this time, things are different. The night breeze brushes past, tousling his bangs and carrying away his words, yet it can't disperse the tenderness overflowing in his eyes.
我给礼厅取了个名字， 叫做金玉。
Your favorite Agatha Christie card is Marius, even though you're a Luke Oshi. Oh, we traded places. Although I have to say, Yang Tianxiang in the trailer where he's like in the like amidst the flames, covered in like blood and dirt, and then he's going like, Gaga. I was like, oh. Hashtag bring John back. Is it too soon to be making Valko jokes on Tears of Themis? Okay. I named the hall Whale Encounter. Whale Encounter.
你知道吗？鲸鱼会发出一种特殊的声音，在海洋中能传播数千公里。
Did you know that whales make a special sound that can travel thousands of kilometers through the ocean?
鲸歌被称为海洋中最神秘、最诗意的语言，人类至今无法完全破译鲸歌的含义。
Whale song, known as the most mysterious and poetic language in the ocean, remain a code that humans have yet to fully decipher. Each ML is based on a different book. Yeah, I've been reading for the first time some of them. So I reread Murder on the Orient Express, and then and then there were none. I think Murder on the Orient Express is Marius's, and then there were none is Luke? Is that right? Artem's is based off a short story. I'm forgetting which one it is. I think, the witness for the prosecution is Artem's. And then A Murder is Announced is Vin's, is it? I think that's roughly correct. I wish I could turn a fun fact into a romantic gesture like that. Take notes, Dippy. Surely you can. This is not unlearnable. That sounds so romantic.
我一直相信，当一头鲸鱼在深海中吟唱的时候，在遥远的某处，一定有另一头鲸鱼在聆听。
It's actually really sweet. Yeah, I've always believed that when a whale sings in the ocean, somewhere far away, there must be another whale listening.
而且，只有它能听懂它想要倾诉什么，然后，整片海洋都会成为他们共鸣的媒介。
They have a typo here. I can kind of understand because they were probably like, what pronouns do we use for the ta here? I'll try to backfill it. Moreover, only they understand what they want to express, and then the entire ocean would become the medium of their resonance. Wow, the entire ocean would become the medium of their resonance. What was that in Chinese?
而且，只有它能听懂它想要倾诉什么，然后，整片海洋都会成为他们共鸣的媒介。
共鸣的媒介. I don't think I know some of these words. Okay.
他们会不断游向彼此，直至相遇，直至抵达共同的乐土。
That was cute. Sometimes it wax poetic and it doesn't hit, but that was pretty good.
我现在去为后续的跟妆做准备。
Chrome just
您
crashed.
在这稍等一会儿。
Writing down the entire ocean will become the means of their resonance. Yeah, right? Or the medium, is it? The medium of their resonance. The entire ocean will become the medium of their resonance. It really is. I feel like that, well, maybe it's just because I don't understand the Chinese line, but it feels like it hits harder in English. All right, thank you. Okay, she got her makeup. Oh, sorry, I should have read the makeup artist line. The makeup artist is just like, your bridal makeup's done. I'll go prepare the touch-up makeup. Please wait here. Okay. After the makeup artist packs up all her tools and leaves, you notice a bookmark has been left behind on the table. She's someone who is extremely meticulous about her work and wouldn't make such a mistake unless she did it on purpose. You pick up the bookmark with a puzzled look. It is decorated with handmade lily of the valley flowers and has a line of foreign text that reads, I'm gonna make Google Translate say this. This looks like French. I assume it's like for my lover or something. Okay. To love each other? Pour s'aimer? Pour s'aimer? Man, fuck French. Hold on. Great opportunity. It means to love each other. Signed to my beloved. It's Marius's handwriting. This phrase seems unfinished. Wait, why is it in French? Shouldn't it be in Italian? Bro studied in Florence, not Paris. Like, okay. Me who nitpicks everything the Tears of Themis team, wondering why the devs hate me. Okay. It's Marius' handwriting. The bookmark isn't part of the designed wedding ceremony, but after spending so much time with Marius, you think it might be connected to the secret Marius kept back then. The entire wedding is like a whale song he composed for you, with every detail being a carefully orchestrated note. Italian is kind of goofy, it's true. Maybe they felt like it wasn't romantic enough. Now that the prelude has begun, why not just patiently listen to the melody he composed? Just as you are contemplating the meaning of this phrase, Marius's call rings out as if on cue.
姐姐，是我。
姐姐, it's me. Marius seems to be trying hard to control his emotions, but the slight rise in his voice betrays his current state of mind. Yeah, I know. She's like, I see your caller ID. This is romantic and all, but if I was a guest, they better put the ocean theme on the wedding invitation. A bitch has thalassophobia. Wait, do you, for thalassophobia, do you also not like wedding, like, sorry, not wedding. Do you also not like deep sea themed things? Like, even if it's not actually the ocean?
你那边应该都忙完了吧？
Are things all wrapped up on your end? Yes, all the styling is done.
那就是已经穿上婚纱了吧？
Kind of overacting this bit, buddy. So you're already in your wedding dress. The other end of the line suddenly falls unusually silent, with only his slightly quickened breathing audible. Bro's hyperventilating. Marius?
抱歉，我刚才走神了。
As an Italian, I'm legally bound to say that Italian would have been better than French. Wait, Mattia, what would that line have been in Italian? It was like to love someone, I think. It was the French line. Sorry, I spaced out.
明明已经预想过千遍万遍，但只是一想到你，好像就完全没办法保持预演中的成熟了。
Even though I've rehearsed it thousands of times in my mind, just thinking about you makes it impossible for me to maintain that practiced composure.
我甚至担心一会儿牵你的时候，我的手会发抖。
I'm even worried that my hands will shake when I hold yours later. You feel exactly the same. At this moment, just thinking about that ceremony where you'll forge a lifelong bond. Just thinking about the oath you are about to exchange with Marius, you can barely contain the feelings welling up inside. Deep sea-ish enough, it can still trigger. Oh, like the aquarium freaks Vic out. Oh, that's so interesting. I didn't know about. I thought for thalassophobia, you would have to be like at the actual ocean for it to trigger, but things that like are reminiscent of the ocean is enough to trigger the phobia. Wow, okay, today I learned. Didn't know that. Then let's support each other and complete this ceremony.
好，就像誓言里那样。
Just as in the oath, from now on, whether in prosperity or adversity, you two shall hold each other's hands and face everything together. I wonder what that is in Chinese. Ever since the preparations began, you've both been separated at opposite ends of the building, with few chances to meet these past 2 days. At this very moment, it's as if you are two whales separate. Oh, I see. Okay. Immediately separated by thousands of miles in the ocean, comforting each other through sound alone. Oh, right. About what was written on the bookmark.
你应该已经猜到那句话不是完整的吧？
Oh, because it's just a
因
phrase.
为我想
yeah.
见到你的时候，再亲口对你说。
Oh, I thought you were going to send us on like a scavenger hunt for a second. I was like piece together the parts of the sentence. You must have guessed that it wasn't complete because I wanted to say it to you in person when we meet.
毕竟按照原定的流程，我不应该在这时候偷偷给你打电话。
After all, according to the plan, I shouldn't be secretly calling you right
不
now.
过除了书签之外，我还悄悄改动了一点婚纱造型的设计。
What? Besides the bookmark, I also secretly made a few tweaks to the wedding dress design. Wouldn't you have noticed it putting it on? Could this be another secret that you've swallowed?
虽然为了保证婚礼不出差错，流程是必须的，但如果什么都按照规矩办事，那不就没有惊喜了？
Sure, we need procedures to make sure nothing goes wrong at the wedding, but if we do everything by the book, where's the surprise in that? I like you and your whimsy, Marius.
姐姐，你现在可不可以走到全身镜那边，就是最靠近窗台边的那个？
What'd you do, brother? 姐姐, could you walk over to the full-length mirror, the one closest to the window? You walk closer to the window, where sunlight filters through the sheer curtains, reflecting tiny specks of light on the mirror like stardust, shimmering in harmony with the diamonds on the wedding dress. However, the glittering dress makes your hair accessories appear rather plain in comparison. Where's the hairpin from the design? Did I lose it somewhere?
别紧张，姐姐，是我特意嘱咐化妆师将最后的妆造步骤留给我。
What? Don't worry,姐姐. I keep reading Miss. I specifically asked the makeup artist to leave the final touches to me.
请闭上眼睛，允许我变一个小小的魔术。
Please close your eyes. Let me show you a magic trick. Okay. I like you, says Ying at their marriage's eve. Yeah. You close your eyes, unconsciously clutching your wedding dress as Marius's voice brushes past like a feather.
现在，想象着你面前有一片海洋。
The Thalassophobia people better not. Now imagine an ocean before you.
然后，3、2、1。
And then 3, 2, 1. You don't know if it's just your imagination, but you faintly hear the sound of tides, reminding you of all those times you watched the ocean with him.
好了，可以睁开眼睛了。
Okay, you can open your eyes now. Is he like in the room with us? The moment you open your eyes, the mirror that had been reflecting the morning light suddenly dims, transforming into a shimmering ocean surface. Just as you are marveling at this lifelike image, you hear a soft click from the bottom right corner of the mirror. A mechanical whale swims out from the edge of the frame, carrying a vintage velvet box in its mouth. This is... As your fingers trace the surface of the box, whispers of time ripple from your fingertips, carrying expectations and wishes from years ago. Is it thalassophobia? I don't... Yeah, I'm gonna look it up. I'm confused now. I thought it was wait, now I'm like, is it thalassophobia? Thalassophobia. It's confirmed thalassophobia. This is like me going, wait, what's the word I always struggle with? Magnanimity. I got that one first try just now. Yeah, I'm also a little weirded out by the whales coming out from nowhere, Bruna. I agree. I think it's because the bird stuff went to Luke, so they didn't do it as much for this one. Yeah. You slowly open the lid to find a lily of the valley shaped veil ornament lying inside. The white jade petals remain as lustrous as ever, with time only failing to steal their brilliance. Not only failing to steal their brilliance, but instead bestowing upon them a gentle, antique charm. Or afraid of the lass. Oh, that's a good way to remember it. This ornament is the timeless oath, an heirloom of the Orion family. From his mother's side! Miss Walker brought it to you on my grandfather's behalf.
寓意岁月如歌，聆听誓言。
It means time flows like a song, bearing witness to the oath.
妈结婚的时候将它打造成了项坠，我思考了很久，该如何将它融入在婚纱的设计之中。
When Mom got married, she made it into a pendant. I thought for a long time about how to incorporate it into the wedding dress design. So it's not a pendant?
最终决定将它嵌入头纱，因为结发为铃，岁岁成歌。
This is really... You know how we finally read Eye of the Beholder on stream last time? And it was like the first ever Marius card, basically. Like for the longest time, it was the only permanent SSR. And it was Marius's. It's bringing me back to that, like, let me get you a necklace scene in that one. In the end, I decided to embed it in the veil, because when our lives are woven into one, time becomes a never-ending song.
现在，我能为你戴上它吗？
How? You're on the other end of the building. Okay, he said, now, may I put it on for you? Now? But aren't you on the other side of the building? Do I need a Rosa counter?
姐姐，你可以看向窗外了。
What? Jisha, you can look out the window now. Following Marius's words, you look out the window. Bro isn't gonna... there's no way you... Oh... You're a smooth motherfucker. Okay, okay. I see your game. That's really cute. Bruno's like writing this one down too, damn. Okay. The French sentence of the bookmark in Italian would have been para amarsi. I guess we'll have to see how the full sentence shakes out. But thank you, Maria. We shall see. I really wish they had stuck to Italian, to be honest. It's okay. All right. The drooping flower branches tremble gently in the wind as sunlight filters through the leaves, making the lily of the valley on the windowsill appear almost transparent. Everything is veiled under a gossamer mist, fading into a blurry backdrop until his silhouette breaks through this hazy light. So where is he? He's hovering off the windowsill? Like, if I push him, will he fall to his death? Like, where are we? There he is, gazing at you from beneath the swaying shadows of the trees. He's just like in the distance, like far. Are we on the ground floor? I have so many questions. Rosa, the woman, was too stunned to speak. Oh, good night, Fofafa. Thanks for hanging out. You've also imagined countless times, based on the design drawings, what Marius would look like in a white suit. But as he stands there in the morning light, every image you ever imagined pales in comparison. I do appreciate they didn't do that thing they always do, where when they put Marius in formal wear, they like push his hair back, which I love, don't get me wrong. But there's something about the like messy, natural look that he has that I really, really, really like. The meticulously tailored suit outlines his tall and upright figure. Oops. The outfit should have given him an unapproachable vibe, yet it all melts away with the tenderness overflowing in his eyes. I know, he looks so happy.
看呆了吗，姐姐？
Actually, yeah. Say that again also.
怎么看呆了吗，姐姐？
The way he says 姐姐 at the end of that line, my goodness. YTX, you are too powerful. What's wrong, 姐姐? Got you stunned? Marius leans lazily. Oh, his little giggle, his little blush. Marius leans lazily against the window, resting his chin on his hand, his mischievous gaze following your every attempt to avoid eye contact. This overwhelming excitement is something you simply cannot deny.
太好了，如果只有我一个人看呆的话，那多不公平。
Oh, perfect. I can't be the only one feeling this stunned. That would be unfair. His hair back is very CEO of PAX, Mr. Von Hagen, while his messy hair is so Marius. Yeah, you're well said, Kawaii Kitten. Am I blushing again? Are my ears red yet? They still look pretty normal to me. Soon enough. Only then do you notice the lingering blush on his ears, literally as I speak. Only then do you notice the lingering blush on his ears. He isn't nearly as calm as he appears on the surface.
从你闭上眼睛的时候，我就一直在看着你了，怎么都无法移开自己的视线。
Ever since you closed your eyes, I haven't been able to take my gaze off of you for a second.
我的新娘，你真的好美。
My bride, you are so beautiful.
我终于亲眼看见你穿婚纱的样子了。果然，哪怕我已经画了几百张设计稿。
I really appreciate that Marius is violently flying in the face of like Western wedding tradition of like reserving the first look, right? He's just like, I'm just gonna sneak around so I can see my bride when I want to. Y'all don't get to decide that. I finally got to see you in a wedding dress with my own eyes, and just as I thought, even after drawing hundreds of design drafts.
你本身，你的存在，永远比任何画作都更加生动。
Your very existence radiates more life than any painting ever could.
原来，当人真的幸福到难以自持的时候，会是这样的心情啊。
Can't get over his smile. So this is what it feels like when someone is truly overwhelmed with happiness.
我想，
I want... The smile lingers on Marius' lips, but his eyes are slightly red. He quickly lowers his gaze to hide his thoughts. A gentle breeze sweeps across the lily of the valley bouquet, making the petals rustle softly, as if offering warm encouragement. He takes a deep breath before leaning through the window. Your breaths mingle for a moment, and the blush that has barely faded begins to creep back onto your cheeks. So they're on the ground floor. Okay, I wasn't sure. I was like, what is Marius like dangling off of right now?
我想亲手为你戴上铃兰头纱，想与你成为结发夫妻。
I want to put the lily of the valley veil on you with my own hands and become your husband bound by marriage. Oh my god, you told me he was the bratty one. How is this guy so smooth and cute and romantic? They write all of the male love interests with like a their own unique charm, and Marius is definitely the like the bratty, playful, whimsical, smooth one. He's got like the kid brother energy, but then he'll invert that on you in like a heartbeat. And so his back and forth with Rosa is, I think, what makes them a really charming, like everyone's dynamic's a little different, and his with Rosa is like the like they're just horsing around until they're not. You know? It's so cute.
想在仪式开始之前，就在这里，和你许下所有相守一生的誓言。
YTX is doing a good job. Before the ceremony begins, I want to make all my vows of lifelong companionship to you right here. Lowen reminds you of Marius. Lowen's like an evil Marius. Like when Marius is out in his like business mode, getting rid of like moles in the company. That's Lowen. That's Lowen Marius. I see it. I see it.
但就算姐姐允许，今天我也不能这么任性。毕竟，我要给你带去一场最完美的仪式。
Though you might permit it, miss. Oh, 姐姐, I mustn't act on my impulses today. After all, I want to give you the most perfect ceremony. You reach out to cup his... Oh, the way he leans in a little bit. You reach out to cup his slightly warm cheeks, pressing your forehead against his.
我听说，鲸鱼经常会浮出水面，然后额头相贴。
I didn't know that.
远看像心形一样。
I heard that whales often surface and touch foreheads, which looks like a heart shape from afar.
还会唱出特定频率的歌声，向自己的伴侣边跳舞边表白。
They also sing at specific frequencies, dancing while confessing their love to their mates. In that case, we're like two whales now, and all that's missing is dancing while confessing our love. Oh,
穿着
Rosa.
这身西装跳舞有点困难，但歌。
Rosa's just as smooth as he is. Like, I like that that Rosa doesn't lose to any of the male love interests at their own game, you know? Dancing in the suit is a bit difficult, but singing... He chuckles softly, his warm breath mingling with the melody of the chanson? What is that? Making the warmth between your close hearts rise endlessly. They... Deadass. What? All these years, I don't think I've heard Yang Tianxiang sing? And I know it's just... I didn't say the VA was tone deaf. I said it would be funny if he was. I guess he's just proven that he's probably not. Although there's no accompaniment, so we don't know for sure. Okay, let me get the full translation now. To love each other for a long time. Okay, okay. Okay, that was not on my bingo card, Callahan. Because they teased us a little bit in the 4th anniversary card that I read last stream, remember? And then he was like, here's this like thing I've been writing for you. He pulls a guitar out and I thought he might sing. And he fucking didn't. He just like spoke. It was like spoken word poetry with guitar accompaniment, which like I'm not complaining about. Like it was great, but for a hot second I thought they might make Yang Tianxiang sing. And then I was like, oh, I guess they're never gonna make Yang Tianxiang sing. And then this happens! Okay! Wow! Let the blessings soar with song, and let this moment that belongs to you bloom in full splendor. As he finishes singing, Marius leaps over and lands by your side. Oh my god. 潇洒, motherfucker. I don't even know how to say 潇洒 in English. Like cool, I guess? It doesn't really communicate the same vibe. Then his arm gently wraps around your waist while his other hand lifts the lily of the valley veil and drapes it over your hair. Be in love, and love with all your heart for eternity. In Italian, it would be per amarsi. I have horrible Italian pronunciation. Per amarsi per molto tempo. Probably would have said per sempre, so forever, but that's me. Oh, instead of like for all time. I feel like lyrics are gonna have weirdnesses like that. Let's hear it.
Per amarsi per molto tempo.
Per amarsi per molto.
Per amarsi.
Per amarsi per molto tempo. Oh, okay. Thanks for the translation, Maria. Bruno's was like, goofy. That shit would not be graceful in real life as someone who had to climb through a window once. Yeah, the way he just like vaults over the windowsill. Most people would get stuck on it. Especially like wearing a white suit. You would get like dirt streaks on it or something. Maybe a balcony. Yeah, I think Fafufa is on the right trail here. Okay, I too, an Italian ethnic person, also has poor Italian. I guess a lot of Italian Americans have fully lost their Italian language abilities, right? The white lily of the valley will never wither, just like your love. So, it was a pendant for his mom's wedding, but for this one, it's like a veil fascinator? Question mark. The sky above the dome is dimly yellowed, with the setting sun sinking low and clouds shimmering in dazzling gold. The guests gradually take their seats in the glow of the setting sun, their faces radiant and joyful by the golden evening light.
是，很高兴你们能来参加我们的婚礼。
I have mixed feelings about his ear cuff situation. I guess what it is that they're doing mixed metallics, so like golds and silvers, but the thing on his ear is only silvers, and so it's not matching with the other things that he's wearing where it's gold and silver. Mixed metallics are hard to pull off, but okay. Oh, sorry, I should read Marius's line. He said, yes, thank you for being here on our big day. Marius holds your arm as you walk along the flower path toward the stage, greeting the guests nearby and receiving their blessings. Since this is such a grand wedding with many guests, most of these faces are totally new to you. Oh, and for those of you who don't go here, there was another wedding card that was like a Chinese traditional wedding in like the red. I think that one hasn't released. No, it did. I think I should have the card already, but that was like an event, like an AU event was my understanding. But that was during the period of time where I like wasn't actively playing a whole lot. I like showed up, rolled the card and left. I haven't read it yet, so I don't know. All I know is that there was like some criticism over them doing a Western wedding. Chinese netizens can never be pleased. You know, netizens in general can never be pleased. So the card exists, yeah. Since this is such a grand wedding with many guests, most of these faces are totally new to you. Marius, who was that elderly gentleman just now? After watching an elderly gray-haired couple in wheelchairs make their way to their seats hand in hand, you lean over and whisper to Marius. They get married twice? I think, that's why I was like, I think the Chinese wedding one is an AU. Because they do a lot of like ancient China AU type stuff. And then like fantasy ancient China AU stuff has also happened, where it's like less historically accurate. When they came to give you their blessings, they warmly shook hands with Marius and chatted with him in a foreign language for quite a while before giving you to an exquisitely crafted handmade picture frame. French is used a lot more for these kinds of things. Italian's mainly used in Italy. So my point, Maria, for why I feel like they should have used Italian in this case for Marius is specifically because it's like really important to his character arc, the time that he spent in Florence. Like it's really, really significant to his character. So it's like weird that he switched to French just for this. Like it feels a little oddly ingenuine, but it's also like, I guess they always say that French is the language of love or whatever. So maybe to a Chinese aesthetic eye, that was the better decision or something. That's my best guess.
那位是我哥和我小时候的私人教师。
John mentioned? That's the private tutor who taught me and my brother when we were kids.
后来因为年纪大了，腿脚不便，就提前退休回自己的故乡养老了。
Later, as he got older and had difficulty walking, he retired early and returned to his hometown.
虽然我只上过他几次课，他从我小时候就特别喜欢在空闲时陪我玩，给我读一些他故乡当地的故事。
That was an AU event a few years back. Yeah, Orange Pencil, exactly. Although I only attended his classes a few times, he loved spending his free time with me since I was little, reading me stories from his hometown.
那时候他就说
Maddie, exactly, yeah, I
如果
think
有
they...
机会，他也希望
I
能见
just
证我
wish...
人生中最重要的
I
一
would
些
have
场
loved it.
合
I would have preferred
送上他
Italian,
的祝福。
personally. He said back then that if he had the chance, he hoped he could be there to witness some of the most important moments of my life and give me his blessings. Looks like that elderly gentleman really likes you. Even after all these years, and despite his age, he has still traveled far to attend your wedding.
那是当然，我可是从小到大一直都很讨人喜欢的。
I was a likable child, says Marius. Of course, I've always been likable ever since I was little. It's not very credible when you call yourself likable.
其实刚才许多来赠予祝福的宾客都是多年未见的亲朋，却还是愿意从世界各地赶回来见证这场仪式。
Actually, many of the guests who gave their blessings just now are relatives or friends I hadn't seen in years, yet they still returned from all over the world to witness this ceremony.
能看到我们
Zill,
这样
thank
幸
you.
福
I really like this one.
他们也真的非常高兴。
They're truly happy to see us so happy together. As he speaks, Marius' fingertips gently trace the gilded patterns on the wooden frame, where the cherry and walnut wood give off an elegant and warm luster. The walnut wood, symbolizing wisdom, eternity, and resilience, combined with cherry wood, representing sweetness, happiness, and warmth, creates a meaning of everlasting love. The frame itself carries the power of memories and brings forth blessings from distant time and space. What it contains might be a promise made in the past, yet its sincerity and passion won't diminish even with time. Silver, hello! Then the more we should live up to their blessings. You tighten your hold on his arm and lean in closer as his gaze falls upon the timeless oath ornament adorning your veil. If the blessings you heard today could be considered an invitation to a happy future, then the timeless oath is the first invitation to be accepted by Marius, and you. Devil's advocate as a romantic still arrow ace, it might be that his time in Florence was important to him and his arc, but he, as he should, wanted this to be their thing, the start of their arc. I can see that, Callahan, but I'm still not buying it because of earlier event stories that happened between Marius and like his most recent birthday event. I know Callahan doesn't go here, so they don't have this context. But those of us who play this game know that the most recent Marius birthday event was literally Rosa going to Florence, and she got caught up on a lot of his story there. I wish they had given us more, to be honest. It was quite surface level, but it did happen. Yeah. The golden light of the setting sun lingers on the horizon, bathing you in its gentle radiance. You don't know how it makes the timeless oath shimmer, but in Marius' gentle gaze as he looks at you, it reflects a light filled with joyful emotions.
你说的对，我的新娘。
You're right, my bride. Yeah, Callahan doesn't go here, so strong theory though, and it still could hold. But I'm done with giving the devs excuses. I'm just gonna nitpick. I'm joining the ranks of the Chinese netizens that are never happy with anything. That's fully a lie. I'm obviously very happy with the birthday cards, but sometimes it's fun just to give them shit for no good reason. Marius leans in and reaches for the timeless oath ornament on your veil. The title was a shock. What did I title this stream? I already forgot. Oh, walking down the aisle? Low key. It happened. I guess Marius was the one who had to walk down the aisle as the bride. I love my little bride Marius outfit so much. I'm so happy with how it turned out. But he simply tucks the loose strands of hair behind your ear, his warm fingertips grazing past your temple. Are you turning into a Chinese aunt? Yeah. When am I getting grandkids, Mario Rosa? Then his hand naturally traces down along your shoulder and holds your hand.
那你准备好今夜和我一起用一个故事来回应大家的祝福与期待了吗？
This feels like walking into an auditorium and the students are berating their professor, and I have just an uneducated guess as to why. That's so specific, Kella. Isn't he so cute? That's a baby. Are you ready to join me tonight in responding to everyone's blessings and expectations with a story? With a story?
小何
Hey, Dad. We can call you that now because we've collectively married your son. You just got... how many people are in chat right now? Hold on. 13 plus 77. What is that? Not 90? You just... 90 of us are your new children-in-law. Bruno's like, hey, Daddy. Marius. His head is getting cut off a little. Let me fix that. As you two speak, Austin walks slowly toward you. That's when you notice it's already dark and the lights are starting to turn on one by one. Yeah, we can call him Dad. Ooh! How are you guys doing that fake Aurora situation? Behind Austin, rows of lily of the valley shaped lamps cast a soft, pure white glow through their crystal shades. That's the signal that the ceremony is about to begin.
我刚才是不是打断了什么？你们似乎还有想对彼此嘱托的话。
I'm sure it's fine, Dad. Did I just interrupt you? It seems like you two still had something to say to each other.
要不要我去安排一下，再为你们预留一些时间？
Would you like me to make some arrangements and reserve more time for you? Is he just wearing his same suit as always? I guess that's fair. He always looks dressed up.
有关故事的介绍很短，不用刻意留时间的。
No need, Dad. The story's short, so we won't need to reserve more time for it.
变更流程的话，我担心会影响最后一部分的内容。
If we change the process, I'm worried that it will affect the content in the final part.
而且我觉得，把这个故事留到仪式正式开始之后再进行讲述，应该会更好一些。
I feel like translating 内容 as content is like literally correct, but vibe-wise not it. Like plans probably would have been a bit. Anyways, rereading the old stories earlier today, I was like really thinking about how I think both writing quality and also translation quality have dipped, actually. Unfortunate. I think it recovered a little bit, but it's not fully back to its old power level. Besides, I think the perfect moment for this story is right after the ceremony kicks off. I miss our daddy at the screen corner all the time. Oh, you want me to bring back...
都是在第一次讲述时，最让人印象深刻。
Don't you worry, I have him preloaded in OBS. You know who else I have? You know who else is in attendance at this wedding? Artem's mom. I lied about officiating. I wasn't officiating. She was. Oh, fuck. They just hang out in my OBS sources list now. They're just always here. They were already there waiting. Never saying doesn't do shit for us. That's why you're my favorite streamer. Poaching Rosa for Artem. Oh my god. You're right. After all, stories and poems leave the deepest impression when told for the first time. Stories and poems? Meeting your curious gaze, Austin gives a slight nod, his eyes briefly lingering on the timeless oath in your hair.
诗篇嘛，
Oh, because when he got married, he also was looking at the timeless oath, but in Marius's mom's hair instead. I feel like, even though Rosa's such a fleshed out character, like, yeah, adding to my list of like pointless nitpick complaints for the devs, something I would have loved to see is more content on Rosa's family. I feel like that's not really, like, briefly comes up once in a while, but there's no actual substance to it. Because it's like, I was kind of wondering if like at a wedding we might see them, but, or see more about them or something, but it's just like we're wearing Marius's mother's wedding pendant, but what about Rosa's mother, you know? Translation is super hard. It's made even harder when you know that you can't make a one-to-one translation. Yeah, exactly. I can appreciate its difficulty, but the fact that they used to do better at it is the thing I nitpick. The fact that it like this game used to be, which, you know, is how all Hoyo games go, to be honest. It's typical in shitification, right? They start you out really strong, and then once you're hooked, they're like, well, now we don't have to hold as high of a quality standard. And then it all kind of goes all over the place. It's okay though. I feel like slowly a lot of the games are recovering. I think Tears of Themis has recovered a lot. For 2 years, I like wasn't a very active player because every time I logged in for an event, the story was like kind of mid. But recently I feel like it's gotten better again. Not as good as it was in the beginning, but better. And then main story I think has never quite fallen off. I think main story has been consistently quite good this whole time. Although I've missed a lot of it. I need to catch up. And then I guess people keep telling me that Nod Cry gets really good in Genshin. So maybe this is just like a pattern they have to go through. Like an shitification arc, and then the devs are like, oh, actually, we're proud of our work and we want to do better. Fully theorizing here. Okay, old person yelling at gacha game quality. Still threw money at the game though. Yep, precisely. I'm like, the Chinese netizen attitude is, we spent money on this game, therefore we get to complain about whatever we want. And I'm like, you know, I actually can't super fault you on that. Like, you're kind of right. Well, if that's the attitude, then I guess I'll also join in. For a moment, Austin seems to look through his memories at a distant version of himself, but in the next instant, he turns his gaze toward you two with contentment.
今晚最重要的 是以你们为主角的新故事。
Mentioned in some loot cards because her family knew him since they were kids, but not much. Yeah, her parents are supposed to be in a similar thing that's like tangentially related to Luke's whole thing for why he vanished on her for 10 years without contact. And I think they use that as the excuse to basically give no screen time to her parents. But I still wish there were like flashbacks or something like that, you know? Like it doesn't have to be real-time story, but I feel like the only thing keeping Rosa from being a truly fleshed out character, which means they have not committed to her not being a self-insert character, is fleshing out her parents. Even if it was just a surface level, like small interactions that don't have any actual bearing on their like personalities or whatever. The fact that she like had parents would have been a really cool thing to see from her perspective, even if it's just childhood memories. But I do think I can appreciate that Tears of Themis does. We're trying to walk this kind of fine line between like, we don't want a faceless female MC because the fandom, they've attracted a fandom that really appreciates Rosa's like strong identity. But on the other hand, they're walking the line such that people who prefer to self-insert still can in a sort of aspirational way for Rosa. So I get it. This is my wish list. Like I wish we could have gotten Rosa even more fleshed out. All right, tonight's highlight is a new story starring both of you.
准备好讲述这个故事吧。我和阿宁和小汉都期待已久的故事。
Oh man. Bringing up the dead mother and the missing brother. Dad, come on. Get ready to tell this story. One that both Karenina and Jian have been eagerly waiting for.
希望在这个故事之后，你们两位主人公也能同心协劳，永不分离，永远幸福地生活下去。
I hope that after this story, you two protagonists will grow old together, never be apart, and live happily forever. Because he didn't get to with his wife. He's such a sad man sometimes, but it's never like overt. It's always like you can read it in the subtext and he never says it out loud. You can even see it in the way he caresses his wedding ring. Like, okay. Thank you. We definitely will.
是啊，爸，我们会幸福的。
Yes, Dad. We will be happy. After confirming that the ceremony would proceed as planned, Austin follows the lily-of-the-valley-shaped lamps toward the main table. Why am I more moved by the fact that Austin is still singing his own whale song? I know, right? Like the two whales in the ocean imagery? I feel like much more heartbreaking is seeing Austin von Hagen as like the whale that still sings even though he doesn't hear the whale song from his counterpart anymore. So sad. His dad does have a deep voice. That's true. And then like kind of androgynous, cute-ish face. All right. But Marius, about the stories and poems you mentioned just now. Marius smiles gently, still holding your hand as he lifts it slightly.
我爸曾用一首名为《爱是永恒》的诗为主题，设计了他们的婚礼仪式。
My father designed their wedding ceremony around a poem titled Love is Eternal.
我该如何爱你？让我细数方式。
How do I love thee? Let me count the ways.
我爱你，至灵魂所能触及的深度、广度与高度。
I love
当
thee
一切
to...
沉寂
I cut him
超
off.
越存在之边与理想之极。
I love thee to the depth, breadth, and height my soul can reach, when sight is lost in the ends of being and ideal grace. That's so romantic. What a line to say in the middle of your wedding, Rosa. Oh, that's so romantic. You're the #1 Genshin defender in your friend group, but you secretly wish they could have done better. I do hate some other games that will not be named for breaking my PC. I appreciate the Genshin defenders for still sticking around long enough to let us know which parts are actually worth playing. But I need the Genshin defenders to like be real about which parts aren't as good, you know what I mean? Bars.
婚礼堪称世纪之最的盛大。
Bars from
其实
Bruna.
我原本也考虑过用同样的形式来设计我们的婚礼。
And now the ocean, despite being infinite, feels infinitely small. Well said. Well written. Yeah, that wedding was considered the grandest of the century. Actually, I thought about designing our wedding in the same way.
不过仔细思考过后，我还是选择了用讲述故事的形式。
Marius's storybook event really took me out to the thing I mentioned earlier with the cat and the cage and then the layers falling away until the cat's like open in a field under the sun, like following the path that it chooses. That event fucking took me out. It was so good. And I do appreciate that they've kept that through line of like storybook formatting, even though the theming with the whale song situation has gotten a little cluttered here. I think it's still coming through mostly. After giving it some thought, I decided to hold it in the form of a story.
因为
Because he holds your hand in his palm and places a kiss on the back of your hand.
我无法找到一首诗，诗的内容是我与我最爱的姑娘在盈盈光海之中起舞。
I couldn't find a poem about dancing with my beloved lady in a sea of glowing lights.
我怕黑夜太深，看不清她的面庞，又担心月光太亮，让我睁不开双眼。
I fear the night is too dark to see her face clearly, yet I worry the moonlight is too bright for me to keep my eyes opened.
那一句句祝福便化作漫天星光，
Swans mate for
点亮
life.
她的
Yeah,
全身，
yeah.
容我们在星光散落的大海中央完成这支舞。
There were a lot of directions they could have taken the imagery in, and I'm guessing a lot of the bird imagery they avoided was probably for Luke's wedding. That's my guess. But I don't know for sure. We'll have to read Luke's to find out, which I haven't rolled yet. I feel like if I was going to roll all four, which I've never done, I've never showed up and rolled all four copies. The closest I've done is 3 of 4. I think for the fantasy banner, I really liked Vin's. Did I end up rolling it though? I remember really wanting to. Because Vin's like merman situation was so crazy. Anyway, each word of blessing transforms into starlight that illuminates her entire being. Let us complete this dance in the middle of an ocean where stars scatter.
所以，我就自己撰写了这样一个故事，而这支舞将会成为我所讲述的故事开端。
So I wrote the story myself, and this dance will be the beginning of the story I'm about to tell. Marius.
那么，我美丽的新娘，
Well then, my beautiful bride. All the lights around dim, and you can no longer see Marius's face clearly. Only the ground lamps guiding your direction gradually light up, urging you to hurry toward the ball where your story would begin. You can't wait any longer. Realizing this at the same time, Marius lets go of your hand.
我即将开始讲述独属于我们的故事，又或者，吟唱只有我们能够领会的金歌。
You see what I mean by like they get themes a little overloaded sometimes? Like I think you guys would all, the writing team would have all done better if you could have just chosen a cohesive theme and committed to it. But they're trying to bring back, I think they're suffering from their own successes of past themes that happened in other Marius cards and stories and events that they're like trying to bring back and do callbacks for during the wedding because like they're all significant to a story, but it ends up feeling cluttered. Even in this one sentence, you can kind of see it happening. I will always hold very high writing standards, guys. This is never going to change about me. Doesn't stop me from playing a lot of games, to be fair. I'm having a great time. Sometimes the fun is in the critique. I'm about to tell a story that belongs only to us, or perhaps sing a whale song that only we can understand.
在花境的另一端等我，好吗？我会带着万里晴空来迎接你。
Wait for me at the other end of the flower path, okay? I'll welcome you with a vast, clear sky. And this one brings back immediately the image of from the, I think it was the birthday event, of the cat and the flower field and the blue sky. Okay. With a soft murmur in response to his words, you take the short detour and arrive at your respective starting positions. You being kind of grumpy is one of your most charming features. I will always hold very high exacting standards, and then I will be very, very, very delighted when they are met and surpassed. And it happens frequently. I actually don't feel like my standards are that high. I feel like everyone else's standards have gotten too low. But like, you guys live your lives, you know? This is just how I'm gonna live mine. When Marius is in his position, a beam of light shines upon him.
感谢各位今日来参加我们的婚
You're
礼，
so tacky.
也感谢
brother.
大家为我们送来的祝福。
Thank you all for attending our wedding today and for all your heartfelt blessings.
各位能来见证我们的爱情，我也感到十分荣幸。
I'm truly honored that all of you are here to witness the love between me and Ying. Sometimes the story holds you hostage because the ADHD is showing you the writing on the wall and nobody else can see it. That's also true. That's also true, yeah. And I think that's part of what makes Chinese game writing sometimes really hit even when on the surface it looks really shoddy, is because they worked harder on the subtext than the actual text. So the subtext is like super strong and low-key getting kind of hobbled by like mediocre actual text writing. But they like started with the subtext because like East Asian writing is so subtext heavy, especially Chinese writing is so subtext heavy. It's whatever. As long as people are enjoying themselves, I really don't care. As Marius begins his speech, the hall falls so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Everyone's attention is focused on Marius, listening intently to his story.
我们的爱情始于未明市街角的一次邂逅。
The way the card image, the SR card of him holding the name tag, flashes into my mind. Our love story began with an encounter on a street corner in Stellis.
彼时的我们，或许曾认为，那只是人生中一次无关爱情的短暂同行。
Back then, perhaps we thought it was just a crossing of paths where love played no part.
可在那之后，我们的足迹遍布世界各地，山川、丛林、沙漠、雪域。
But after that, we journeyed together all over the world, across mountains and forests, deserts and snowy lands.
旅途中，在我们不知道的时候，爱意早已悄悄生长、蔓延。
During our journey, love had already quietly grown and spread, without us even knowing.
一路前行至今，来到这片我们所约定抵达的乐园。
We've come all this way to reach this paradise we promised each other.
这实在是一个漫长的故事。
It's been quite a long story.
比起用我的话语诉说，或许我该邀请我挚爱的新娘上前，与我一同呈现这个故事的高潮。
We're gonna get an actual... Oh, is that where the silhouettes show up? Where we get the dance? Oh, probably. Okay. Rather than telling it in my own words, perhaps I should invite my beloved bride to create this story's climax together with me. His gaze shifts as he extends his hand in your direction. Concurrently, the spotlight above you lights up. At that moment, the guest seated near you gasp in surprise. What? You understand why a second later. A tiny cluster of golden specks floats up from your hair, merging into a bright golden star that playfully traces a circle in the air before flying higher. Good night, Maria! Thanks for hanging out. Is that Timeless Oath?
是迎接你的星河蓝海。
An ocean of stars welcomes you. More and more stars rise into the sky, converging into two whales swimming freely in the night sky. Two whale songs echo as they slowly draw together, closer, touching their heads together. Then, with a flick of their tails, they swim forward, side by side. Ahead lies the stage where Marius stands, your promised paradise, and the whales are guiding you forward.
今天的夜空十分晴朗，亲爱的，该启程了。
The night sky is so clear today. My dear, it's time for us to set off. With the bouquet in hand, you move forward at his words. With each step along the flower path, starlight rises into the sky. At the same moment, the light effects beneath your feet create a shimmering reflection like rippling water. The ocean beneath your feet stirs with luminescent waves, pushing you forward. Each word of blessing transforms into starlight, illuminating her entire being. Let us complete this dance in the middle of an ocean where stars scatter. I'm not getting drone show from this. Where are you seeing that, Silver? And when the dance ends, you will stay by his side, admiring the stunning night scenery together. He said that the ceremony shall embark in glorious sunlight and conclude in the gentle radiance of the stars. The moment you reach his wave, flutter their fins. Like his wave? I don't know what that was supposed to say. Scattering starlight that once again illuminates all the lily of the valley lamps in the venue. Lilies of the valley bear witness as whale songs bid farewell. Time becomes a never-ending song, bearing witness to the oath. The night sky of Stellis is lit up as bright as day by a sea of lily of the valley flowers. Whether in daylight or starlight, his face is illuminated with deep affection. I guess that is a drone show, to Silver's point. That, like, if they're lighting the sky up, it has to be a drone show. It's so tacky. I, like, was a little worried that Marius's wedding would also be my least favorite compared to everyone else's, like, for my personal tastes. And I think I was right. I just have enough, like, rich relatives and family friends in China where they had, like, $2 million weddings and it was, like, super tacky. And I was just kind of like, okay, enjoy your drone show. I'm gonna do my best to not be judgmental about this. I think you're right though, Silver. It probably is a drone show. I was really hoping it wouldn't be, but I guess it is. Whether in daylight or starlight, his face is illuminated with deep affection. Yeah, Bamboo. Crazy rich Asians, as it were, regularly spend like multi-million US dollars on their wedding. His gaze and tone are filled with gentle warmth, love spreading everywhere like a tender embrace. Marius leans forward, gracefully walking toward you, and earnestly takes your left hand.
我爱你，这是我愿意无数次对你倾诉的话。
Oh, they haven't done this in a while. This format? Wow, it's really POV. It's like we're standing at the... Should I put my coat back on? Just get fully immersed. I'm dressed again. Wait, I suddenly look kind of like Artem's mom. Okay. I'm just gonna replace all instances of my player name Ying with either Rosa or maybe Jie. I think I'll do Jie. I love you, Jie. These are words I want to tell you countless times.
你是令我从凡无中蜕变的那个人，是我不可替代的唯一。你的幸福，就是我的幸福之源。
You're the one who helped me become who I am. You're my one and only. Your happiness is the source of my happiness.
能与你，我此生挚爱，一同看日升月落，听潮声精鸣，也是我最为执着的梦想。
Okay. I'm just gonna say it. It's giving AI-generated vows. There's nothing unique to their relationship in anything he said so far, but okay. My one true love, watching the world's wonders unfold day by day by your side. That's my most cherished dream.
我想让全世界聆听我的誓言，让岁月见证我们的故事。
Other than the whole like timeless oath thing that they keep hammering over and over, you know, there's nothing unique to this. And the timeless oath thing also has it bears minimal weight because this side of his mom's story isn't something we've seen. Like we've gotten some amount of contact with their like the mother's side of the family a little bit, but it's not okay, whatever. I want the whole world to hear my oath and let time itself bear witness to our story.
我想要尽我所能。 让我们在每一次期
You see
待
what I
与
mean?
回
It's
味时
impersonal.
想起的只有笑语欢声和彼此相依。
I want to do everything in my power to ensure that whenever we look forward to or reminisce about our time together, we only remember the laughter and companionship of each other. Why did that have none of... Okay. He gently lifts your left hand. Something about how until you're both 100 years old. Why did that auto and I can't see what it said? Why did it move me forward without me tapping? Whatever. You can't bear to shatter it, protecting all its beauty within, not wanting even a single cloud to dissipate. Yes, this is a promise. Everything you've been yearning for, a vow to stay together forever after the dance among the stars comes to an end. Yeah, where was the substance? That was truly just like, you could have literally said that at any wedding and it would have been like fine, I guess. No one will cherish it more, value it more, and look forward to it more than you do.
今晚的你，走在美的光彩中，如夜空繁星，甚至，你比全部诗篇与故事中所能描绘的还要美好。
Tonight you walk amidst the radiance of lights, like stars in the night sky. In fact, and then it advanced without me tapping anything again, something something could be depicted in all poems and stories. Usually when they do that I get story log, and there's none of that right now. I don't have the upper right hand. Okay, Hoyo.
但我想的是，我们还能走进耀眼晴光，日暮夕阳，极光夜色。 还有更多更美的。
It's like a little bit personal here because these are places they've gone together. But what I'm thinking is we can still walk into the dazzling sunlight, the sunset glow, the aurora, and many more breathtaking sights.
这段旅途会很长，但我保证，我仍会拼尽全力，让它变得多彩。
Could this have been written by AI? Let me think about this. It came out a year ago in China. So absolutely. Absolutely. I would not rule that out. Also, this is Hoyoverse, where they've been full send on AI bullshit. Even when the writing team drops the ball, I don't expect that they would write impersonal vows for the wedding. Like, You could have copy pasted that anywhere. Hopefully they only dropped the ball on Marius and the other men are better. But that was like really mid. The journey ahead will be long, but I promise I'll give it my all to make it colorful.
你会愿意陪我一路前行，直至尽头吗？
Would you be willing to walk with me until the very end? I do. Oh, getting to tap I do is fun. I do. I always do. The same answer might have appeared countless times before, perhaps in the past, perhaps in different space and time. But no matter when or where, you will always use this answer to respond to all of Marius's expectations.
好，
His tone is gentle, yet his eyes can't hide the tears welling up within them.
铃兰有意，岁岁聆听，岁岁见证我们的誓言。
The lily of the valley bears witness to our oath, year after year.
我陆景和，此生一定会不计代价，满怀
Do
爱
you
意
think
的
it
守
could
护
be
与
a
你有关的一切，
culture gap?
会尽我所能来爱你。
Because, like, Chinese weddings don't strictly follow a Western wedding model, although it can sometimes really look like it. And I feel like a lot of the things that we've grown to look forward to at weddings, like, especially things like toasts from, like, the best man or the maid of honor, or, like, the bride and groom's, like, siblings and their parents, and then, like, the final vows also being super personal. Maybe that's, like, a Western wedding expectation? Like, I cry at weddings because those are the moments where you see the unique relationships between the people that you're there to celebrate really shine through. But maybe I could see maybe in Chinese weddings they're much more cookie cutter about how vows go. Because I can see it being more about like tradition, like you have to hit all of these specific notes or something. Maybe. That's my most charitable read of whatever the fuck that was. I, Marius von Hagen, will protect everything about you at any cost and with all my love, and I will devote myself to loving you.
我与你
Sanyan, hello! Welcome to second channel. Yeah. I moved it all here because the other one was getting a little too
哪怕
messy
深
for
陷
my
梦
taste.
境，
I want to
进入
focus it
往
on
后无
music.
数的轮回。
Our love is etched into instinct and engraved deep within our souls. Even if we're lost in dreams, it happened again. Even if we're lost in dreams and something to come.
我们的誓约也亘古不变。
Our oath shall remain eternal and unchanging. As the ring is slowly put on your ring finger, you can no longer hold back the tears welling up in your eyes. And the person standing before you is no different. Do we get to see Rosa putting his ring on too? At this moment, there will be no more variables, no more hesitation, no more confusion, and most certainly no more separation. These things are not even expectations in all Western weddings. Yeah, it's true. It's true. I've been to plenty of weddings where that, like, they didn't really do toasts and vows like that, for sure. But those were the people I knew less well. Like, when I go to friends' weddings, I expect, like, friends of my generation, that's what I expect. So I don't know. Maybe it's just a cultural thing. At this moment, there will be no more variables. Oh, I think I already read this. I like that our chat full of writers is now attempting to edit. Callahan's like, okay, here's what I would have written. The journey ahead will be long, arduous even, but I swear to paint the colors of the rainbow onto each and every one of our days together myself. Yeah. I feel like their artist-muse relationship was completely lost. Callahan doesn't even go here, and they got that. There was a thing that I really loved. I'll show it to you guys after this, in his personal story where he actively quotes the Van Gogh letters to his brother, and those really hit, you know? And like none of that was here. The way she was like a ray of hope in his darkest times, like none of that. I mean, like it's fine, but also like I was really hoping for more than fine. We might have to resort to fan fiction, yeah. What I'm most afraid of is that this happened because of AI. Like that would make me really sad. And so I hope they never confirm or deny it. But I can super see that being a very likely explanation. Okay. I'll just have to write it myself. Roll sleeves up. Yeah, exactly. It is what it is. It is what it is. At least the visual design team absolutely did not drop the ball. They did a great job. I love you, Marius. Oh, look at Rosa's expression. I don't know if we've seen this on her, this face on her. That's so... Oh. That's my daughter. You better take good care of her, Marius, or I will tear your throat out and feed it to you. I will make sure you stay alive for the entire procedure. Don't try me, bitch. I will always love you from the bottom of my heart, to give, to pursue, and to cherish every moment we have yet to share. From now on, our life will be a starlit, blossom-strewn path, fragrant and blooming all the way. Also, if you guys rob me of her putting the ring on him, I'll kill you. That I would have something, then I would really have substance to complain about and not just my highfalutin writing ideas, you know? Yes, we will definitely be incredibly happy together. No fucking way! We were cheated! Do I write a strongly worded letter? Next customer survey, I'm gonna be in there like, how the fuck did you fucking cheat me? Okay, let's make some notes. I think I will. I'll write a short and gently worded letter. How about that? Let's see. Rosa putting ring on Marius, and then also impersonal vows. Those are my two complaints. Make it a happy 54 months! Thank you for the resub! Hope you are enjoying yourself. Yeah, we got married. Isn't that crazy? It's not just me. Everyone who's here just got married to Marius. Did you consent? Doesn't matter. Congratulations, you're married now. It's like those MPreg jokes that are like, you're pregnant, everybody's pregnant. Okay, after you and Marius put on rings for each other. Yeah, see, they literally, they like put it in text, but we don't get to see them put. This is fucked up. This is fucked up. I'm like 80% joking, but there's 20% of me that's genuinely mad. How does this affect my taxes? Yeah, so you don't file a single anymore. Tech Cat, hello! Wonderful, when does the MPreg begin? Tech Cat would be personally invested in the MPreg. The venue erupts in thunderous applause with cheers and blessings filling the air. Not far away. No, maybe next time. No, they wouldn't, because it's not how they do those scenes. It's concluded, so it's over now. Not far away, Eileen also stands up from her seat, wiping away tears as she and the person beside her congratulate you. Under everyone's eager and anticipating gaze, Marius gently lifts your right hand and brings it to his lips.
知道吗？这个画面，我真的已经梦到很久了。
姐姐, you know what? I've been dreaming of this moment for a really long time. Me too. He pulls you into his arms and hugs you tightly. He speaks softly.
这份爱意，一定要爱得地久天长。
This love of mine, I'll make it last forever. The Chinese idiom there is 地久天长, so as eternal as the earth and as infinite as the sky is 地久天长. That's the literal translation. Yeah. But 天 can also be heaven, and 地 is like not just earth but also dirt and ground and like all of the like, groundedness of it. Okay. He sings softly. We get it again. Nice. I like how messed up his pronunciation is. It's really cute. That's my YTX fan neurons going off though. Okay. One last part. The long prepared ceremony. Do we finally get to see their dance? I thought they were gonna be like, I thought they were gonna show us the dance scene when he was like, and here's the climax of our story or whatever. And then we would get the silhouette shot with the dancing, you know, but no, I guess. The long part, maybe in this part, but the ceremony's like ending, whatever. The long prepared ceremony finally comes to a close and the guests begin to leave the rooftop to attend the dinner party in the hotel. Reception to follow. After finishing your makeup touch-up and taking a short break in the lounge, you return to the rooftop to find Marius so you can head to the banquet together. Marius, are we... When you reach the edge of the rooftop, you suddenly spot Marius by the railing where you stood last time. He is lost in thought, gazing at the image projected on the dome. You approach him with a smile, making no effort to hide your footsteps. He notices your presence and turns to look at you with a gentle smile.
Blema.
I'm like also thinking really hard about those generic ass vows, and I'm thinking I'm gonna come back here and play it in Chinese and see if it hits different at all. But from what I was hearing, it still sounded pretty generic for the most part. But also like maybe that's just how Chinese weddings go. But still, even if the cultural expectations are different, it's whatever. I'm so beyond expecting more from Tears of Thebes. I hit a point during their 2-year period of genuinely ass writing. It's like decent again. The first year was stellar. Year 2 and 3 were like, what? I think 1 and 2 were okay. 2, 3, and 4 were like kind of like this, but on the lower end. And then entering year 5 were like on the up and up. But I hit a point in the troughs where I was like, okay, if I'm going to continue playing this game, I have to accept that the writing is going to be really hit or miss and maybe mostly misses for a while. So I think I just hit a point where I like accepted it. Like that I'm no longer playing this game just for the writing like I used to. And I think that's why I'm fully in acceptance of those vows being kind of mid. It is what it is. Kind of scared for the Agatha collab cards now. They wouldn't drop the ball on Agatha Christie, would they? They wouldn't. They wouldn't, Corden. Then again, Agatha Christie dropped the ball on Agatha Christie. I read and then there were none, and I had like so many thoughts about the ending. And then I looked it up and there were like Reddit r/books discussions about it. And I was like, okay, it's not just me. But yeah, we'll see. Okay. Are you tired? Still no ring on his finger. Oh, wait, you're right. We don't see it. Ooh, even the visual team dropped the ball. I'm fine. I got some rest earlier while touching up my makeup, so I'm not too tired.
Nah.
Better mid than AI generated. I think that's the problem, is that like it might be mid because it's AI generated. Maybe. It's really hard to say with text, you know what I mean? The only criticism I can offer is that it was bland. And that I don't think a human would have written something so bland, except that the Tears of Thebes team has proven to us over many years, even before AI came out, in the way that it did with LLMs, that they're very capable of writing bland. Actually, you know what? To be fair, in the really bad writing periods before it all got bland, from what I suspected was AI influence, it wasn't, when it was bad, it wasn't bland. It was just kind of messy. Well, it is what it is. I'm still here and that's on me. Okay. Would you like to come here? He turned sideways, naturally making space for you in front of him. I was talking to Lad's friends about this, because I had Lad's friends who were like, oh my god, Lad's like started so strong and now the writing is like so ass. It's so like it's like superficial and surface level, and we're not really getting like strong character development anymore, and like the story is weak. And then I was like, wow, you guys sound like you're going through like what we went through in Tears of Thebes. And they were like, wait, what happened with Tears of Thebes? And then I was like explaining it to them, and they were like, that's exactly what happened with Lad's. Like it starts with like really riveting story content, strong character development, and then gets really bland, and I guess just like really horny seems to be what I'm hearing, is that they just had like pushed a lot of like sexual content and not a lot of story substance. It's kind of giving like I watch porn for the story, like I get it, but also like it sounds like they genuinely had a really good story. So I was like, wow. Well, hopefully it goes the way of Tears of Thebes and like gets better again, because TOT did get better. It's not back to its original levels, but it's better, which I will take. You lean into his embrace, letting him silently share his warmth with you. You've been quiet for a while. What's on your mind? A new little secret? The initiatification of Otome. Exactly, cheese pans. Exactly.
别忘了，我们可是刚刚才立过誓，要坦然相爱的呀。
There aren't that many secrets between us. Don't forget, we just made a vow to love with open hearts. He hugs you tighter, deliberately leaning close to whisper in your ear.
还记得吗？这位和印总裁夫人。
I actually, for some reason, didn't stop to consider that effectively what's happened here is that the lawyer who was contracted to be a consultant for PAX ended up marrying the CEO and is now the lady president of PAX. Rosa has become the 老板娘. Is this unethical? Yeah, that's true. The lads fandom seems really mad right now. Seemingly for good reason. Indeed, now that you mention it, I do remember, dear husband.
你说
老公! You guys want to learn how to say husband in Chinese? It's really easy. I'll type it out for you. Here's what the pinging looks like. 老公! And for tones, you 老公, 老公, 老公 it goes low to high. 老 if you want to really over enunciate it, but mostly we just go 老公, 老公. You learned Chinese today. Congrats. That's what has him all flustered. There's also well, I guess if people refer to your husband, they might say 你的先生 instead of 先生. 生有后鼻音吗？应该有后鼻音。先生 I think that's right, yeah. Anyway, congrats. 老公 is the more cutified / normal term to call your husband directly by. And for wife, it's 老婆. 老婆 is a little harder to say than 老公. Because the 婆 has like the wow. 老婆. I usually learn Chinese when I turn into your stream. Yeah, it's inevitable that you accidentally pick up some Chinese when you're in my stream. This is correct. It's because I'm also studying, you know. What's wrong? You deliberately turn your head and blink innocently at him. I love that they're very much a brat for brat relationship a lot of the time. There was a conversation in I was again rereading the personal story before this. And there was one point where Marius goes like, okay, I'm gonna be, don't worry. It's like a really serious moment actually, like his life is in danger. And he's like, don't worry, I'll be back within an hour and a half. And then I'll ask for your thoughts. And then Rose is like, my thoughts on what? And then he's like, well, like how much you missed me for the 90 minutes I was gone. And then Rosa's response is, oh yeah, so my thoughts are on how 90 minutes is about how long it takes to break up with someone. And then Marius just does the like, ... like, okay, I'm going. I think he was really like, you never coddle me anymore. Like you only bully me now. Why don't you coddle me anymore? It was so cute. Their personal story is so, their dynamic is really brat for brat in strong moments. And I deeply enjoy it. The word for spouse in Filipino is asawa. We don't have a gendered nouns for the most part. I love that. I wish everybody had ungendered spouse words. You deliberately turn your head and blink innocently at him. She's like, what did I say? Marius's cheeks immediately turn red as he clears his throat and averts his gaze, clearly still unaccustomed to this form of address.
老公、老婆什么的，我还
Bottom. Actually, all of the men are bottoms. Rosa pegs all of them. Would you prefer I call you something else? Darling?
这样听起来还是和举行仪式之前一样。不行，让我适应一下。
That sounds the same as before the ceremony. No way, let me get used to it first. He steps back slightly and scratches his head, seemingly trying to get used to the feeling of those two syllables moving from his throat to his lips.
老婆
You're so baby girl. I just realized that LADS is an abbreviation of the game title. Yeah. I always thought it was pretty funny. For me, it was like originally before they called it LADS, because and isn't usually included in acronyms, they were calling it LDS, like Love and Deep Space. Love and or Love in? Love and Deep Space. And so people were calling it LDS. And then for several days, like LDS was all over my timeline. And I was sitting there like, what did the Mormons do? It's like, what does anything have to do with the Church of Latter-day Saints? Wait, I just realized my YouTube chat is like completely wrong and I can't delete it. Oh no, it's just, it's fine. They were just, for some reason, YouTube's like auto-translating it, kind of weird. Okay, anyway. Exactly, Tarji Zip, exactly. LDS, I was like, Latter-day Saints? And then eventually they corrected to just, everybody started saying LADS, and I was like, oh, okay, cool. It's a game, and it stands for Love in Deep Space. Yeah, my brain was definitely like, what do the Mormons do? My wife. Yes? Marius dramatically fans his flushed cheeks, but the smile on his face doesn't fade at all. Oh, guess who has a fan, all right? A Marius fan? Just like me, for real. I think I need to hold the tissues back while I fan myself. Marius dramatically fans his flushed cheeks.
不行不行，看来这个礼厅的空调设备还是不够好。怎么说两句话就让我热成这样？
The mouth animations while he's pouting look ridiculous. No, the air conditioning in this hall probably isn't good enough. How am I getting this hot after just saying a few words?
看来得把穹顶打开，让我们透透气。
Looks like I need to open the dome and let some fresh air in. Open the dome? She's like, you can what? Esposo and esposa, which is similar or the same word as handcuffs? Okay, yeah, that's not very cute at all. That's, wait, so what's handcuffs, Big? Rosa does have top energy. It's true. No, she has like switch energy. Like she'll play along either way, you know? Before answering your question, Marius quickly walks to the control panel nearby and operates something on the screen. A loud mechanical rumble comes from above, and you can feel slight vibrations through the railing you're leaning against. Nobody has Tsun power like Artem Wing, though. Holy crap. Artem's like embarrassed blush is his cutest trait. Like, I adore that man. I keep saying like if attraction was like a logical thing, then we would all be in love with Artem Wing, you know? But unfortunately it's illogical. Some of us we go for the waving red flag Vin, or arguably Luke is just as much. And then the rest of us are like, I like the brat, you know? No, if we were wise, if we were logical, if we were smart, we would all choose Artem. He's obviously the best choice. Esposas is handcuffs in Spanish. Oh shit. Okay. Yeah, that. How did that? I wonder what the etymology there is. Like, which one came first? Anyway, looks like the ceiling is opening. The twilight rays pierce through the night sky, causing the last traces of projected glow to completely fade away. Oh, it wasn't drones. They were projecting. Oh, it was. They were under the dome, and it was a fake night sky. Oh, thank God, Silver. It wasn't a drone show. It's not as tacky as I was afraid of. Okay. Cool. A gust of wind sweeps across your face, tousling your hair. What was it? 当你的有阵风吹过，那是我在远处想念你。The venti line. In those few seconds while brushing back your hair, the city's night sky that had been reflected on the dome was replaced by the most authentic twilight. So, it's still twilight outside.
是啊，刚才一直在进行仪式，我也差点忘了时间。
Thank God we didn't miss sunset, dude. I love sunset. Marius' voice comes from a few steps away. When you turn to look at him, he's holding a bouquet of flowers in his arms. It is the bouquet you were holding in the original wedding dress design sketch. Marius, what are you?
金戈，其实还有一种说法。
They're gonna add on to the whale song? A whale sings in the ocean while another listens in the distance. The entire ocean will carry their songs and poems to one another.
暮色时分的金戈。
We're doing a bouquet toss? Oh, thanks for the reminder. I was actually going to take his bouquet off here and throw it at you guys. The whale song at dusk echoes what eternity means. Wait, what was that in Chinese?
暮色时分的金戈，可以诠释永恒。
Wow, I would have had to look up like half the words in that sentence.
暮色金戈，是在时间与空间的尽头，与温柔而巨大生命的共鸣。
It is a resonance with gentle, massive beings at the edge of time and space. Holding flowers while stepping forward, Marius' hair is tousled by wind on the rooftop. I wonder if this whale thing is kind of reflecting the theming they set up for Skirk, actually. I wouldn't pass them. They do always try to connect the pieces of the Hoyoverse. Our joke that Tears of Themis is the highest level because all of the other games have been referenced in it. It continues to hold water. Supposing I played this game as an enjoyer of whimpering puppy men who are undeniable bottoms, but they would never admit to it, which of the TOT gens would meet my preference? Whimpering puppy men who are undeniable bottoms, but they would never admit it? You know, all of them kind of fulfill this, but probably Marius the most. If you like the never admit to it side of things more, then maybe Luke or Artem. And then if you like the would pretty quickly let down the defenses on being a fucking bottom. Marius gives up pretty fast. And then Vin is a whole other situation. Yeah. I really like Vin though. I can't help it. Despite everything in the beginning. Alright, holding flowers while stepping forward. Marius' hair is tousled by the wind on the rooftop. Though he is now somewhat disheveled, bathed in the golden red glow of dusk, he appears as if touched by a miracle. Or perhaps this is the prelude to another miracle meant just for you.
黄昏时分，象征着昼夜交替的临界，也是短暂与永恒的交界。
Dusk marks the threshold between day and night, a boundary between the ephemeral and the eternal.
而鲸鱼在黄昏的海面跃起，喷出水雾的瞬间，就会引发自然的神迹，
When whales
带着
leap,
生命与灵魂进入下一段循环。
when whales leap from the ocean at dusk and spout water, they trigger a natural miracle, carrying life and soul into the next cycle.
在此期间，所有深埋心中的回忆与话语，都会被重新提起，展现于世。
During this time, all the memories and words buried deep in their hearts will resurface.
所以，我也想把在刚才仪式中还没来得及讲述的故事，说给你听。
Oh, maybe here's where the flavor is. Instead of in the public vows, it's in the private conversation. I still have hope. In defense of my Spanish speakers, we have easily the best nicknames and pet names for loved ones. Gomez Adams is a perfect example. Yeah, I love Gomez. What a fun husband.
在这场只属于我们两个人的仪式中，
The Adams couple in general, like Morticia and Gomez, are such a pair. I love them. In the ceremony that belongs to just you and me. A ceremony that belongs to just you and me. With a fluttering commotion overhead, a flock of white doves fly above Marius, dropping pages of letters. You pick up 2 letters and glance at their contents, only to discover they look like something out of a picture book. Many containing messages between Marius and you. Oh, here it is. This is
我们的未来。
our future.
只不过，我把它们重新印成了一封封信，在今天又重新带了出来。
Yo, OG home screen music for this is crazy. It's just that I reprinted them as letters and brought them back out today. Picking up another letter, Marius gazes at them with longing. When you two made that promise to complete the picture book Our Future together, it was still just a rough sketch. Yeah, this is so long ago. Until now, every scene you imagine has been filled into the canvas and come true. It is no longer just a hope for the future, but rather the loving footprints you two have truly left behind.
回想起来，
This would be too personal to put in the
也是
ceremony.
许久之前的事了。
Come to think of it, our promise to fill up the picture book together was quite a while ago. Yeah, I literally was just like, oh my god, that was so long ago.
可若真的要把我们迈向未来的故事说得圆满，我也希望我们的过往能够参与。
But if we want to make our story about moving toward the future truly complete, I hope our past can be part of it too.
仪式只有一次，但值得见证这场仪式的地点、人，还有各种各样的故事，实在太多。
Our wedding ceremony only happens once, but there are so many places, people, and stories worth witnessing it for. Orange pencil, I agree. Returning with the bouquet, he places it back onto your arms. Smelling the fragrance of flowers in your arms, you smile and look at Marius. So that's why you chose this hall, to let everyone witness the whale's encounter in a sea of stars. Because the story of the whale's encounter is a response to everyone's blessings. And the reason why you opened the dome at dusk was to witness a twilight whale song that belonged only to the two of us. Because the miracle of the twilight whale song is a testament shared only between the two of you. I'm in my head right now, it's the meme that's like, I consent. I consent. Isn't there someone you forgot to ask? And the someone you forgot to ask is all of chat. There's like 80 of us here right now. We're all sitting here like, just the two of you and the like 80 of us that are here right now.
毕竟，金歌是只存在于两头鲸鱼之间的悄悄话嘛，而且。
After all, whale songs are just whispers between two whales. And besides, he hands you a glass of champagne. Oh. But when he looks at you again, his eyes return to that same sparkle from earlier under the spotlight. We have to have Bride Marius hold it. I'm gonna cheers with him later. Here, I'll pour myself another glass. got some whipped cream on my hand. So we can cheers. I'll be ready for it. Solemn and dignified, sincere yet gentle. What are you?
我想再对你告白一次，求婚一次，说一次誓言。
I want to confess to you again, propose again, and make my oath to you again.
再一起对这个世界宣告我们的热爱。
Let's declare our love to the world together once again. What do you mean, eh? You mean you want to repeat the oath again?
是的，因为
Yes, because... As he speaks, Marius suddenly leans in close, and before you can react, your breaths intermingle. The warmth on your lips lingers briefly before fading away, but he doesn't back away, instead staying close to you as he speaks in a low voice.
只要你愿意，
As long as you are willing.
往后余生的每一天，我都会把苏醒当作初见，将陪伴当作告白，将相拥当作守护。
I'm really curious how they do this stuff for each love interest. Like, how do you make them unique? This doesn't feel too unique right now. It's sweet, but... For every day of the rest of my life, I'll treat every morning as the first encounter, every moment together as a confession of love, and every embrace as a vow of protection.
等我们结束一天，入梦时，又会开启一个新的相爱轮回。
When the day ends and we sink into dreams, we'll begin another cycle of falling in love.
这是我只想说给你一个人听的话，对你一个人所许的承诺。
I think it is cute to have public vows and private vows. Less impersonal, but still bland. Yeah, exactly. This is what I want to say to you, and you alone. A promise I make to you and only you. That's why he chose to hold the ceremony at the moment the two whales encountered. Because after the ceremony under the starry sea, he wanted to turn back time. That way, he could hold a ceremony that belonged just to the two of you at dusk, and exchange vows known only to yourselves. If you want, he can confess his love to you countless times. No one else needs to know, but he must let you hear it, and let the sky, the clouds, the birds, all living beings, and the sun that rules over everything hear it too. A vow to be quietly etched in time, passed down from one lifetime to the next, in an endless cycle. I will, and I always will. Taking the wine glass from Marius, you speak with a heart just as moved. I will do my best to fulfill every wish of yours. For every day of the rest of my life, I'll treat each morning as our first encounter, listen to your every confession, and cherish you. Before going to bed, I'll hold your hands and tell you goodbye. I will also tell you I love you countless times, and with every brief parting, I'll say to you, it has been a long time, and I've missed you. The years carry the whispers of flowers, and the days echo with the songs of whales. May you forever be in an endless cycle of passionate love. The sunset bathes, another typo, bathes Marius in its glow, making his eyes sparkle with dancing golden light. He holds you close as he raises his glass to the clouds, to the horizon, to the white doves, to this world gradually illuminated by lights.
之前我们好像也在差不多的时间、差不多的高度俯瞰过这座城市。
Come to think of it, we gazed down at the city previously, at about the same time, from about the same height. Looking back, that was the beginning of your story, and the journey you've walked together since your first encounter, with all its ups and downs until now. She really does have such a mischievous look on her face, I know, right? A crown fitted for our Queen Rosa! Back then, you hadn't started dating each other, and you were still dealing with many complicated and dangerous situations. You still are! Main story is like, just intense right now. When I started this game, had not anticipated how often we would be under like threat of serious injury and end of life. Like, just as Marius said, you might have once thought that was just a crossing of paths where love played no part. Which one is all sweaters and cardigans and vests and wears glasses? The closest one is probably Vin. But Callahan, Vin is the least puppy of them. He has his moments, but compared to the others, yeah. If you're talking sweaters, cardigans, vests, and glasses, it's Vin. Which is why I'm always like, Vin is the aesthetic king of this game. Love was far from your minds back then, as you were consumed by deception, pressure, and danger at every turn.
那时候我只觉得
Rosa wears
高楼
glasses
之
when
下
she's
的
in
城
her
市虽有让人
lawyer
向往留
outfit.
恋的东西，
When Rosa is in court, she wears glasses. Back then, I just felt that beneath those tall buildings, the city had something that made me want to stay.
要是丢下一团垃圾，也只会湮灭于藏污纳垢的平凡角落。
But if I drop a piece of trash, it'll only disappear into some filthy, mundane corner. His expression here, oh my god. Crazy shit. Everyone had to stay vigilant and cautious. Even you dared not place your full trust in anyone.
可为什么现在，我在高楼顶端再次俯瞰时，却只觉得这流水车灯与万家灯火，也是近在脚下的银河星空呢？
But when I look down from the rooftop now, why does the city bustling with traffic and lights feel like a galaxy right beneath my feet? Because your state of mind has changed. Despite being the way you were, you've both finally come this far. A gust of wind sweeps over your veil and sends your wedding dress billowing, elevating this present moment into a gentle mockery of the darkness behind you. See, that's one of the themes that she's always been really strong in Marius' story, because this is the only personal story I've really read. I think I read some of Luke's, like the beginnings of everyone else's, but the only one I've like read all the way through, minus a few chapters that I accidentally skipped, is Marius's. And like consistent theming is that she's his light in the darkness. And I was like really thinking that there would be more of that particular. It's like such a simple visual theme, and it like didn't really. I guess that's what the star imagery was probably supposed to be, but usually when it came up in the story, it was like a flashlight or a spotlight, like cutting, like a ray of light cutting through the darkness was the visual. You've overcome the past, built your love, and protected this precious bond. If we take away the glasses, which puppy's all sweaters and vests, it's still the only sweaters and vest wearer is Vin. Everyone else doesn't really do that. I mean, I guess they do sweaters, but it's like not an everyday thing. Like Vin is more of an everyday sweater guy or vest guy. As the wedding dress falls, what catches Marius's gaze is the bustling yet heartwarming life of the city. We came from that bustling city and climbed to great heights. If one has no attachment to the city lights, there can be no yearning, much less any expectations for the shadows that lie beneath them. But in fact, what we saw then was a miracle belonging to the city, bathed in twilight.
又或许，那个时候我们对彼此灵魂的试探，就是一种暮色金歌呢？
Or perhaps the way we tested each other's souls back then was like a whale song at dusk. We're on the same wavelength.
果然，还得是我们的默契啊！
Oh, the little nuzzle! Oh. Animation team did not let me down. See, we're always in perfect sync. Yeah, I think on the puppy scale, Luke is the most puppy. I just want to caution you that Luke isn't the puppy he looks like at first. I have the most problems with Luke because of the way he talks to Rosa in a lot of moments where they disagree on things. Their arguments rub me the wrong way, more so than everyone else. Vin at least has the grace to be open about being a manipulator. There are like 2 different conversations at least, and then I couldn't do it anymore. I like stopped reading Luke things, but the ones I've seen are the ones that are in main story, so you can't avoid them. And it's just like, yeah, he's like, I don't know about conniving puppy. I don't think Luke is aware that what he's doing is like coming across like that. And part of me is like, maybe it's the translation. But at some point I pulled up like, what's that acronym? The like abuse acronym of like, it's like deflect, deny, like I forget what the acronym is, but it was like 4 or 5 words in the acronym, and I went through and it was like a checklist, like in the conversation in chapter 5 that I'm thinking of, or is it 4 or 5? I went through the checklist and I was like, holy fuck, he checks all the boxes. And then I was like, it's still really early in the story, so maybe this is his development, because Rosa stands her ground, you know, despite what Luke says. I don't want to spoil it. Actually, it was truly a riveting moment for me, because I sat there going like, you did not just say that to her. I was like, oh, what? But to my understanding, I think Luke has come around. They all go through a lot of development. Yeah. You both exchange smiles, and Marius affectionately leans forward, nuzzling your forehead. Perhaps noticing the timeless oath in your hair, he pauses briefly. The warmth in your breaths quickly dispels the chill brought by the wind. Taking a step back, Marius gazes at you with infinite love.
结发为零，岁岁成歌。 执手相依，回归幸福，回归人潮灯海。
Why would you argue with a board certified lawyer? Exactly, Vic. And Luke's because I think the reason they write their dynamic that way is because Luke is the childhood friend archetype. So he's the one who's like, in the beginning of the story, at least the one who's most comfortable with Rosa. So he's more likely to speak his mind, less likely to like filter himself when he speaks his mind, and also more likely to be like protective of his like kid sister character, which is how they were written in the beginning, before their relationship changes, you know? So I think that's why he really rubbed me the wrong way in those scenes, is because I was like, their dynamic is just like such that he's able to say these things and like the others can't. But it still made me really mad.
暮色金歌，见证了独属于我们一世的里程。所以，这是我只说给你一个人的誓言。
The whale song at dusk bears witness to our ceremony. So, 姐姐, this vow is meant for you alone.
我们的爱会无限蔓延。我们也要带着归来的爱与幸福。
You could have cut 50% of these lines at
无尽
least.
的相守。
But okay. I understand that we want to linger in this moment a little longer. That's okay. Our love will spread infinitely, and we shall return with our love and happiness, promising to stay together until eternity. I will, no matter when or where, as long as time continues to flow, I will accept your love. I will also give you my love. Are we gonna get the dance silhouette? I keep waiting for it! As dusk is fading, Marius pulls you close and tenderly kisses your lips. As he said, this is a ceremony that often appears in his dreams, and one you have long awaited. But now you no longer fear opening your eyes at dusk to welcome the dawn. What awaits you is the love that comes full circle, the eternal whale song in the ocean, and the miracle that descends upon you time and time again. He said he would treat every morning as the first encounter. I hope not. He was such a brat in that first encounter. Such a brat in that first encounter. As our resident brat enjoyer, I felt truly like my leash was getting yanked very violently. This bitch. Every moment together is a confession of love, and every embrace is a vow of protection. In this moment, as you embrace, accompany, and protect each other, you naturally long for the first confession of love. As someone with a childhood friend, we have receipts and blackmail that we will use in an argument regardless of how stupid it is. Yeah, it's like, stupid is one thing, and then like manipulative is the other thing, you know? And with Luke, just like a lot of his things, I was like, for a while I was like, it's like borderline manipulative, and then I thought about it more, and I was like, no, that's openly textbook manipulation. But like, I appreciate that the game doesn't glorify it, because Rosa calls him on it, where she's explicitly, she responds and she's like, you cannot say that to me. And I was like, oh! But it still made me mad at him. Like, I don't mind the writers writing him like that. I didn't like him because of it. Took me a long time to forgive him for it.
我爱你.
Oh, what a weird line to cut off. I'm sorry.
我爱你.
You reach out to embrace him and say, I love you too. Until you two are 100 years old, until you two grow old in each other's arms, and until you meet again in the next life, where you shall continue to fulfill your vows. Do the events from the pairings and stuff have some effect on the main story? No. They're effectively written as like standalone side stories, and some of them reference backstory, so it fleshes out the backstory of the love interests, but the main story is like its own thing. And one thing that they did with the dynamic that I really appreciated, in the beginning, they made it so that all of the male love interests were really like, they just like really hated each other, and it wasn't in a fun way, you know? But as the story evolved, and like their investigation squad is called N2X, and they're all there for like different specialties. Like Luke is the special agent who has the government connections. Marius is like the rich kid who can get them into things. Vin is their like psychologist. He's like he can do criminal psychology effectively. And then who am I forgetting? Is that all of them? Oh, and Artem is of course a lawyer. So the four of them, they add Rosa in, and they become like N2X, the special investigation unit, and then they like go and solve mysteries. And then it turns out like many of the crimes are connected, and then there's like arcs. I think I'm still reading only technically the second major arc. They're pretty dense, actually. Like there are times where the mystery minigame where you're supposed to connect clues is like a little infuriating, but it's better than many other times where I've seen Hoyo attempt the connect the clues type mystery format. But the story is pretty standalone. Yeah, like everything they write is a branch off the trunk of the main story. Okay, let's take a look at their rings.
这份珍宝，镌刻着我对爱情最真挚、最美好的解读。
You designed the ring holder together
亲
in
爱
the
的新
event
娘
too.
请让我将它献给你吧。
So cute. And then what do I tap to, is it frozen? Oh no, it just took a moment to load. Oh, full 3D model. That's beautiful. I cannot get over the crown cut out to be embedded in ROSA'S. That's so cute to me. But I'm more of a simple bands kind of person. I don't like sparklies on my rings, so even if I were to get these rings, I would probably get the Marius one. Actually, yeah, the Marius one would not be against my aesthetic. Maybe I should have just gotten the Marius wedding band. I guess it's not too late. They'll probably rerun these for 6th anniversary, right? Yeah, the little crown with the purple stone. Yeah, it's really cute. Okay. The ring holder is like kind of extra, but I'm not against it. I'm not against it. Oh, I get 50 S chips for sharing? I shouldn't probably hit that. I might open my private Twitter. Okay, thanks for coming to my wedding. Our wedding? Yeah, Bugs Bunny. Our wedding. We're all married now. They'll need to rerun them. You need to buy them fast. Yeah, oh, you think they'll sell out really fast? Vincent, hello. Glad you caught the wedding. Okay, guys, let's do I did the POV cheers with you guys earlier. You guys can cheers with the bride this time. You can cheers with Marius. Ready? Dink. Glug, 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 glug. Glug, 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 glug. Okay, cool. Drink your fill. We're all good. The commune is all married now, guys. That's crazy. Many of us in here being like queer/ace. Like the most unlikely group of people to all be married. Congrats to Mr. and Mrs. Von Hagen, indeed. Fuck, do I roll? Do I roll for the others? We'll hold that thought. I think there's a high chance I will roll Vin just to get the correct Rosa dress, because I love the ring and the dress. I love Rosa's Vin dress the most. And then I'll get these before I forget. I always forget to collect these. I don't fucking know, dude. Okay. No. Okay, my priority order will be flipped from the normal. Usually I go straight for Artem next, but because I like Vin's aesthetics for the wedding so much, and because I've really come around on Vin, I'll roll Vin next and then Artem next year's Athema stream. How much longer? August 1st. Okay, we have time. We can do Tears of Themis week, but I want to prog into Nod Cry and then come back. Oh my god, I'm full on back on my ho-yo-ho bullshit, because the next visual novel I wanted to play is also the Durandal VN, which is Honkai Impact. For health insurance purposes, do we get something? I would hope that the CEO of PAX can supply all 80 of us here in chat with health insurance. OGing is back. Is this really OGing though? I guess kind of. Yeah, it's as close as OG as we'll get. Real OGing wasn't a streamer, you know? Ho-yo-verse ho week! Ho-yo-ho! It's okay, I think we're allowed to ho it out once in a while. And I feel like anniversary where you're getting married in an otome game is a very good reason. Okay, the thing I wanted to show you guys, just to call out, okay? For those of you here who are like me, appreciators of good writing, something I really enjoy, I mean, it's hard to communicate like in standalone. I'm sorry.
快看看，这套和之前的比怎么样？还是说你都喜欢？
I didn't mean to out myself like that. I forgot I put him in that outfit that I bought. It was like $15. The outfits are all $15, I think. Sometimes they go on sale. Okay, I was trying to show you. I think it was in episode 2. Was it here? Hold on. Was it 3? I'm confused. Hold on.
是我。
Wait, I haven't heard his tongue click in a hot minute.
明天得问问。 到底是谁给我爸打的小报告？
Maybe it's because there's more scenes of just the, like, Marius on his own. Hold on, this is not the scene I'm looking for. This was a very good scene, but this is not the one I'm looking for. Which? Oh, is it because it didn't switch off of it? Wait, I'm so confused. Hold on. I think it's this one. It was the end of episode 2. Yeah, this one. So, to try and illustrate the point I'm trying to make here, I had mentioned earlier, Van Gogh had written a series of letters to his brother that are frequently cited by a lot of creatives, I guess, like creatively minded people, which is everyone, but people who like actively think about this, because the way he talks about searching for inspiration and like burning out in his creativity, and then going through this like really hellish cycle of like creation and then inspiration and then burnout, it's like a really resonant through line, shall we say, that they use through a lot of his Blossom chapter. And so
对了，早上开庭的时候，我接到了我助理的电话，你猜他？
let me see if I can
助理，我就让
skip through. And then in this chapter, Rosa does a thing where she, like, this is the flashback illustrating it basically, but they were like, she was watching him talk about, like, info dump about the thing that he loves, which is painting, oil painting specifically. And then a lot of what he does as like PAC's chairman that he gets criticized for is like money that goes towards art charities, especially art charities to support like youth creators. So like people who are really young and just getting into painting. He has a lot of like funds and grants through the charity basically. And then he gets criticized for it because they're like, you're wasting money and you don't know how to pick pieces and you're just like a rich boy trying to throw money around and like seem like you're cool. But he intentionally cultivates that playboy persona because it is to his benefit for people to underestimate him. And like that's the full arc of what we see in his personal story, is the like stuff that he does with his like artwork side of things, and not just like the PAC's CEO side of things. And so at some point, like, Marius doxes himself as the secret artist Z, like the anonymous artist who goes by the name Z. He doxes himself to Rosa, hands her a drawing that he does of her, and then she, in this flashback, sketches. She has no art experience, and so the insinuation is that she draws like really ugly sketches of Marius, and then mails them to him to like try to pick up his mood when he's in the dumps about like, there's like a long story obviously because it's this personal story, but I think it's like one of the artists he was supporting like turned out to be like a fucking criminal, like a forgery. Like he specializes in doing forgeries of the classics. He forged a Z painting, and then it's just like it's a whole arc. But Marius like receives the sketches in this scene.
这个
I feel like her doodles are actually really cute. But I feel like for all of my fellow like info dumpers, ADHDs, and autism people in chat, right? Like if you info dumped to somebody and then they were immediately inspired by how passionate you were about this thing to try and lift your spirits by doing, like, trying their hand at the thing that you love, even though they're bad at it, I would fucking cry.
没想到
He like mocks her for it, right? And Rosa's face there is so good, but I just think it's so sweet. Like the way they write both Rosa and Marius, not just through their words but their actions, is just so cute. She's so embarrassed. After seeing the art exhibit, I suddenly developed an interest in drawing. She's like, you literally inspired me to like try this thing I've never tried before. Although the painting's not very good and I'm very busy, I don't have much time to practice, but this is one of my favorite Rosa monologues. Even if I don't practice as much as other artists, if I can draw a little bit every day and work harder, if doubling the time isn't enough, then I'll make it triple. Anyway, it's a long life. Do you think I can maybe achieve something in this field? You have the burden of PACs, so you have no time left for painting and you can't fully become Z. But even if there's not much time and the progress may be slow, it doesn't matter. Please don't give up.
Can you please keep on painting? This is like Rosa's inner voice to him also. When it comes to dreams and responsibilities, we're all on our own, but at least I want to cheer for you. I don't want to see you lose out of your own dream while guarding other people's dreams. You have so much to say, but nothing comes out. You lower your head, unable to look at Marius. Marius! You feel pain on your face. Marius is reaching out and pinching your cheeks. He looks at you very seriously. Facing the light, his eyes get clearer and brighter. He should have understood the things you couldn't say. You see yourself reflected in his eyes, a little panicked and nervous. Oh, I just remembered I still have some work to do. I should go. You leave Marius behind and rush to the subway without looking back. Marius doesn't follow. He smiles and watches you run wildly down the road until you disappear at the intersection. He lowers his head, touching the poor drawings. The stiff paper rubs his fingertips in a rough and steady way. This is before they started dating, by the way. They had basically just met at this point. He takes out his phone and finds the notes. There's a paragraph from the book Dear Theo. And the Dear Theo is the collection of letters. And this is the quote. Now, I seem to be in a bad situation, which has been going on for a long time, and maybe it will continue. But there is a chance that things will get better. But I'm not pinning my hopes on this possibility because it may not come true. However, if things get better, I should regard it as my harvest, be jubilant, and say, finally.
我终于等到了。
Marius immediately says, finally. This is like, I know it's really subtle and it's like gentle, like it's not really like action packed or like dramatic or like particularly eloquent even, but the writing, do you see what I mean by how strong it used to be? Like how clearly the characters' personalities shone through in their like their actions, the things they were thinking about, like the internal monologue that we read from everybody, suffused with flavor. And so much like resonance because it feels like it comes from a place of authenticity. And I don't know what happened to the writing in this game. It used to be like this. It used to be like this. I used to play this game for the writing. Is there a real end game in the main story, or is the romance a second thought in the main? I mean, it depends on what you spend time on, because if you, I mean, it is an otome game, you know, like it's a dating sim also. We used to have a society, that's what I'm saying. You should look at the wedding invitation currently in the shop. Oh, you're right, Orange, I should. We'll go to the shop. Yeah. The main plot, I think a lot of people, like if you are here for the main plot, you can definitely play this game and deeply enjoy it for the main plot. That will work. The main plot is very dense, long, and actually very cohesive. And if you're the kind of person who like likes almost like Ace Attorney style, like mystery hunting, they don't do a bad job. You can tell it's not entirely their focus, but I think they do a relatively good execution of the mystery crime theme. So the main story is good. It's pretty strong. Hit or miss sometimes, but mostly hits. And then the card stories are where usually the romance stuff comes through. The personal stories obviously is like the development of the love interest backstory and then also their relationship. And then events is kind of just flirtatious nonsense, but it's like fun. Like events tend to be NPC stories. Like here's a side story about like a princess and her knight and blah 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 blah. You know, like these kinds of stories. Or like I really liked the OG one that was like obviously set in some modern, like some fantasy equivalent of like Reykjavik. And then it was like you like explore this like haunted mansion where you eventually learn the really tragic backstory of like a woman and her lover, and they like I think commit double suicide or something like that. There was something like that. Like they weren't allowed to be. It was like Romeo and Juliet coded. Like these kinds of things tend to be the event stories. So there's like for all kinds. You can solely lock into just the romance stuff through the like love interest stories and the card stories. Or you can just play the events, which can be pretty fun. Depending. I think those are very 50-50. Some of them are really mid. Bakerland was pretty good. And then I think all of the ones where they're like more mystery focused, they're all mystery. You're always solving a crime or a mystery. Some of them are better than others. Some of them are grindier than others. And then of course there's main story. Yeah. 4 hours autistically talking about dinosaurs, and I let him because other than being interesting, I was not going to tell someone who got a degree in paleontology that I did not want to listen to his rambling. Yeah, I feel like info dumps are a sign of respect in my culture. Like if I respect you and also trust you enough to sit here and spend 4 hours info dumping on you about my special interest, which in this case is paleontology and dinosaurs, then it means, number one, that I trust you to like care about me enough that you want to hear me rant about this and about a topic that I love, and also to not judge me for ranting your ear off about something like this. It's a love language in my culture. Since you played both, is it more related to the actual writing slipping or translation also slipping? I think the actual writing is slipping. It somewhere during year 2, like 2.5 years into Tears of Themis, the stories began to lose substance. Main story still had it. Everywhere else, I was like, like, I guess like I can kind of understand the writing pain points, which is that there's only 4 male leads, and at some point, like, how much development can you really, like, can you tell the same story a bajillion times and have it not get old? But the thing is that I think stories of like all 4 of these male love interests, like obviously the kinds of stories that hit this target demographic is like stories of healing, stories of trauma, stories of overcoming that trauma. And I think those will always hit. And especially when you do so many AU concepts, you can utilize the same themes in an AU context and it'll feel really fresh. And it just felt like at some point they gave up. Or they wanted to use the AU to explore like, what if this character was like looked like themselves but basically a whole other character? And that's happened in some AU stories, and I tend to not like those as much. The Ardam Gufeng one is a really good example of when they do it really well. Yeah, I love people who are really passionate about their interests. It's so charming when you see the real utmost care and enthusiasm. Yeah, I just love an info dump. I think info dumping is a love language. I agree. And then stories like a man saving his dying girlfriend's consciousness within a video game. Yeah, Raven, and I had such mixed feelings about that one because for the video game one, they were like clearly shoving their AI nonsense in our face because he was trying to create an AI replica of his girlfriend's consciousness. And those kinds of stories aren't always told with the level of care I would hope to see when we're talking about like the ethical and the morality pitfalls. They like touch on it briefly, but it's like not wholly fleshed out. I think they left a lot of it as an exercise to the reader. Bruna, yeah, there was a whole event where it was actually a really fun event where after you clear the climax of it, you realize that the thing that had been happening was, I don't remember the full details, but he had tried to create like an AI version of his dying girlfriend so that she would live forever. It was actually her dying wish that he do something like this. But it was like AI in a game. She was like an NPC in a game. And then at some point, I think they have like another friend, and the friend like the file gets corrupted somehow, and then his girlfriend's AI consciousness in the game becomes this like malevolent entity, and that's like the thing that you're trying to defeat. I think that was the general gist of it. But I remember getting to the climax and being like, oh, they are not being as critical about this in the writing as I would prefer. Like you can tell the writers are trying to kind of walk this tightrope, but it's mostly on the side of like, yes, let's unquestionably make AI look like it's not a big deal. Like let's mostly play it off as not a big deal that this guy wanted to create an AI of his girlfriend in a video game. It was very Black Mirror. I mean, there's literally the Black Mirror episode of like where they created the chatbot with the person's dead husband, and then it like escalates and then eventually becomes like a full physical robot that like looks like him too. My favorite Chinese podcast actually covered this topic also. There's an AI engineer. He's one of the OGs. I tend to respect the OGs a lot more as someone who studied machine learning myself also before getting fully disenchanted. I was like an NLP guy back in the day. Like I literally would have studied LLMs if I'd continued down the... Anyways, thank God I didn't, because who knew that this was... I think all of the scholars are sitting here like, wow, this is where we ended up. Fuck. Not all of them. Many OG AI scholars and ML scholars are sitting here like, what the fuck did we do? But there was a guy on the interview podcast, and he was in the first half of the interview, I like almost didn't make it through. Thank God I did, because in the first half of the interview he was like, yeah, I made this AI of my dead dad, and it was like, he was like, it was really therapeutic for me because there were a lot of things that I wish I had gotten to say to him that I didn't get to say because he died so suddenly, and we had like a tenuous relationship. And then because I made this AI of my dad, I was able to have a conversation with him that felt like, I know he will never hear this. I'm not delusional enough to think that he will ever receive this message, but I got to say it to an entity that felt kind of like my dad, even though I'm well aware that it's my creation. And then the latter half of the interview was him talking about how he went like viral online because he'd like made a video or whatever about how he did this. And then a bunch of people started messaging him and being like, how much for you to do the same thing for like my dead mother or something like that. And he openly was like, no, we're not doing this. I am not offering these services. You guys, I guess, are welcome to figure this out, but I will not be providing this service. And he, at that point, was like, I didn't even share the AI of my dad with like my mom and my siblings because I couldn't be certain that they would have the level of clarity that I have interacting with AI dad, knowing that it's not AI dad, and that any closure I get from interacting with AI dad is fully just like in my own head. Like, this is a thing I need to do for myself. And I could not ethically share this AI chatbot with my family, even supervised, because I don't know what the psychological effects might be on them. And he's like, I fully understand that like I took a risk basically experimenting on myself, but it's too dangerous for me to share with my mom or my siblings. And I was like, oh, okay, because in the first half of the interview, I would not have guessed that that was your take. I was like, thank God. And then he was like, yeah, so I don't offer these services. People keep asking me. I can understand where they're coming from, but just out of like an abundance of caution, I don't think it's safe for me to do that without us like really doing some research on what AI psychosis effects might occur. And I was like, I really respect this guy, actually. I appreciate that he came on here to like so openly tell his story, because it could otherwise be, you know, you could get canceled for this kind of shit. But he was just like, yep, I made an AI of my dad, refused to share it with my family, and I refuse to make one for anyone else because I understand what a slippery slope this is. And I was like, I respect this take. I really respect this take. Not an old school AI fan, but I'm pursuing a degree in engineering, and I hate how LLMs could be a genuine tool for some parts of mathematical calculation. Yeah, I don't know. I think what you make the tool with and what you use the tool for are two questions that we haven't fully thought through before unleashing this beast upon the world. And now we are all suffering the consequences. But I would like to think that the mass AI psychosis is starting to die off because the real costs are starting to show. So now that like people start to understand like why AI tokens are as expensive as they are, and like what data centers are. I had a comment the other day on one of my like Instagram reels or like collabs or something where we were talking about I don't know, it was probably one of the Yaoi Church reels where we were like, yeah, fuck AI data centers or whatever. And then somebody commented, I just learned recently that the internet runs on data centers. Like, not just AI, but the internet runs on data centers. And then I was sitting there reading this comment like, we're cooked, Chad. Like, they didn't know. This isn't common knowledge. Genuine concern. I was like, oh God, should I reply and be like, did you know that the way we're still connected across continents is through like a really thin, about this thin, literally, I'm not even exaggerating, about this thin fiber optic cable that runs along the seafloor? It's not buried, it's not protected in any way. I mean, it's like in a sleeve basically, but they just dropped it on the seafloor. There is a literal cable connecting us and like Europe and Asia. It's just a cable on the seafloor. Yeah, it just gets cut off sometimes for smaller countries. Exactly. I was like, we need to teach infrastructure. Like, we need to know. In the same way that I think we should have been taught like the details of the mechanics of plumbing. Like, how does plumbing work? We should have been taught that. The basics of it. Not the full physics, I get it. Like, I know it's really complicated. But the basics of how we get running water in our homes, like that's another infrastructure thing I think we should be taught. Like, what are reservoirs for? How does it connect to, yeah, like, what's the power grid? These are things we need to teach. Open the fucking schools. I know I sound more and more like a geezer by the day, but I was just sitting there like, this person didn't know that data centers are like basically just a bunch of computers on a string of racks. And they get really hot and that's why they consume water. Sharks used to like gnawing on some of them. Yeah, they did some shark testing for the fiber optic, like the sleeve that covers them. It was so interesting. Reading about I forget when I even read about it. It was a while ago now, but when I first found out about the undersea cable and how it is or isn't protected, I just read all these articles and I was just like, holy shit, that's mind blowing. I have a bias for this because this is my area, but I feel it's so sad people just don't have a fucking clue on how banks work. Yeah, like there's a lot of discussions, especially about like not just how banks financially work, but also how things like wire transfers work, right? And like why does Europe have instantaneous wire transfers when the US doesn't? And that's like more about economic policy, but it's like also kind of a tech point. I don't know. I understand that this is a really long list of infrastructure things to have to teach, and then the list would only get longer as humanity continues to develop technology, but I still think we should cover the basics somewhere at some point. I'm feeling dread from A, the ignorance of most people on how the internet works, and B, the imagery of a line of fiber optics going through the seafloor. That's true. The thalassophobia people. Sorry about that. I forgot. Yeah, but I don't know. I also hear about how like millennials are the most tech literate, and then like Gen Zs are doing okay roughly, but then the Gen Alphas to young Gen Zs are like, their typing speeds are like 30 to 40 words per minute because they're really good at typing on their phones, but they're not good at typing on keyboards. They don't know how folders and like directory systems work, right? Like the first time I tried to explain, oh my God, what was it, an intern? I was like trying to explain, I was like web pages are basically just like, do you know what folders are? Like it's just a directory of like folders. And so like a page, like the /URL address is just like essentially the name of the folder or the name of the file inside the folder. So if we want like /pages/index, that would be like the home page that it defaults to. And then they were like, folders? I was like, I cannot be explaining folders to you. Yikes. Yeah, I took pride in my typing speed also. I got really good at it because of, it was GChat and AOL back in the day for me. I was also a little bit on RTC, is that what it was? Yeah. You just had to get really good at typing because the conversation would move too fast if you didn't. You had to catch up. Yeah, but I think we're entering like a new era of tech illiteracy, and older Gen Zs and younger millennials kind of hit the sweet spot of growing up around these devices in a way that made us literate of them rather than illiterate of them, because we abstracted away all of the technical details through supposedly good UX, right? So hard to say. I don't know. I think the kids are gonna be all right, but I don't know how we're gonna get there. I have endless optimism for the future, but when I look at what's directly in front of me, I'm like, genuinely, I don't know how we get from point A to point B. I see point B. I'm very optimistic about it. How do we get there, though? I could not tell you. You own us the random yapping stream. You're right. It's been, well, do we not get random yapping inserts in all of my streams, though, right? It's okay. I also owe you guys the Notlon venting stream, and also the Taco Bell menu item Kinesign. I owe a lot of streams. Okay, anyway, we were here because I was trying to prove to you guys a point of how good the writing used to be. And I'm glad you guys see what I saw and I'm not crazy. I'm gonna back up out of this. I just like cannot recommend Tears of Themis to people in good conscience because I can't vouch for the writing quality in the long term. The beginning is so good, but after that it just falls off a fucking cliff and it doesn't recover for a while. I wish there were a way to look up which card stories were the best, but I think the community isn't quite fleshed out enough for us to have discussions like that. I usually have to ask chat. Like there's usually somebody in chat who's read the card story before I have, and then I'll be like, is this one worth reading? Do you think it's good enough to be worth streaming? Like several of these card stories have been so good I cried, you know? One of my favorites, I played this one on stream, so there's a VOD out there somewhere. This one, Fantastic Fanciful Feast, something like that, yeah. This one was so good. It was so venti core. I really, really love Shao core, arguably. So good. We get there by not shaming kids for being curious. Yeah, Vic. Well said. Yes. Here's the thing. I'm interested in TOT, but I don't know if I want to try to enter the game right now because of how far the game has gotten. Oh, Minty. I don't think that's a problem. You can actually catch up to main story and character stories pretty fast. Each of these chapters, I'm actually really behind also. there's only 3 main arcs. You see this, like Ariston, Gladiolus Valley, and then Crimson. I have, I'm only probably like 75% of the way through Gladiolus. Each of them has, I want to say like 8 or 9 chapters each, usually, episodes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 in Gladiolus Valley. Is Crimson still ongoing? I can't even open it, so I don't actually know. And then I think Ariston was also 9. Hold on, let me see. Ariston was 8. But each of these episodes breaks down into smaller portions. Did I finish Cocoon? I think I did. Hold on. Oh, no, I didn't. Okay. And then half of these are not stories. They're like the equivalent of combat. It's not really combat. You're in a legal debate with someone. So the ones on the right are the fake combat, like where you see this like generic looking ass NPC over here. Like that's just combat. And then these ones where like you can see Vin, those are the story episodes. So effectively each of them has maybe 10 story parts. And each story part can be read in like 10, 15 minutes usually, sometimes 20 when they're longer. But I think of them as the equivalent of like a manga chapter in length. So I don't think it's that hard to catch up. And if anything, you could probably supersede most of the people who have been playing since like launch. I played like 1 month after launch. I wasn't that early. But I've been here basically since the beginning and I'm really behind. I'm only like 60% through the main story, and it's okay. Like, it's not a big deal. They structure a lot of the stories to be quite standalone, and so much of it is AU stuff that you're not going to miss anything because AUs are perfectly standalone. And then the events are written sort of like for superficial fun because the main story is so stressful. It's kind of like Twisted Wonderland enjoyers in chat. Main story is like super fucking stressful. So all the events they've given us since since book like 6 or so, since things started getting stressful, all of the events have been like pretty brain dead, goofy fun. So, I think it's fine. My only thing is I can't vouch for writing quality in the cards. I can vouch for writing quality in the main story easily, and then in the character stories up to a certain point, but it doesn't get bad, it just gets mid, which is kind of tolerable once you're invested in the characters. I will say that I am no longer here for the writing. I used to be here for the writing, I'm no longer here for the writing. I'm here now for eye candy. I fully admit it. Also sunk cost fallacy, because I put so much money into this game, and I'm just like, well, at this point, I've been interested since hearing about it. Yeah, I think it's always worth trying, and then you can decide if it's your style or not, because it's so visual novel-ish, you know? It's not everyone's style, which I can definitely respect. With card stories, I'm like, I don't know if I don't want to know main story stuff. Oh, you're a card story enjoyer? Yeah, I think a lot of people are. A lot of people, that's why so many people are behind on the main stories, because it's honestly, it's kind of stressful, and really, you have to use your brain a lot. Like, you have to think really hard about the mysteries. So a lot of people who are playing this is like a brain off, brain dead, haha, there are hot men game. Just lock in on the card stories and have a great time, and I think that's good too. Like, why not? So, and the SR cards all have stories too. Like, I am so, MRs don't do story, I think they do voice lines, and then SRs, all of these have multi-part stories too. Like, I was mentioning earlier, like the first meeting that you have with Marius, this is the SR card for it. It happens in the main story also, but I think this card has its own story, and it's, you see him like holding his ID up and you're like trying to jump at it because he's like teasing you. This is your initial meeting. And some of them have private messages, some of them have stories. I guess this one, oh, because this one was in main story, so it would have just had messages instead. But like, I think this one had a story. Yeah, and they're like just as long as the SSRs. So you can get a lot of story content just from the cards. Speaking of twist, wait, what did Callahan say? Did we drop that in the spirit of boycotting the big mouse? Yes, it was in the spirit of boycotting the big mouse. That being said, Disney Plus is not the same thing as Disney licensed properties. The other reason I haven't streamed here, Twisted Wonderland is because the story honestly just got really long. They used to be one of the best story. Similarly, the writing used to be really tight and it had great story, like word economy. In recent chapters, for the last year or so, since book 7 dropped, basically book 6 also really tried my patience, but that was not for writing reasons, it was for combat reasons. Book 7 not only did the same combat drag on shenanigans, which I understand why they did it, like, don't get me wrong, I get it, but it makes it less streamable. because part of the mechanic of the way they tell the story is that you have to endure. Like there's an endurance aspect of it that is not fun to stream. So I might stream vignettes and event stories potentially, but event stories again haven't been that interesting since the old events. Like I feel like Ghost Bride and Beans and maybe the fashion show one, I always forget what that one is called, the like spring one. Those are pretty good. Everything since then I've been kind of like, they're mostly like inspired by Disney movies because it's a licensed property. So they do like the Lilo and Stitch event or like the the Tangled event. Those are just less interesting. Coral Sea ended up being like Little Mermaid. I was just kind of like, not that into it. Like it's not as creative to me anymore. I remember you crying over the Queen of Hearts guy. Yeah. I just really related to Riddle. I think a lot of us really relate to Riddle. Although my favorite now, the story that actually got me the most was Vils. Like you want to talk insane degrees of perfectionism that get to the point where they drive you insane and make you a bad person, and then you hurt the people around you, and then you realize that actually that wasn't very good of you, was it? Like you tried so hard to be perfect and beautiful that you end up doing the worst thing possible, and that's the least beautiful thing. And then to have, and then the redemption after in the next book, where I can't even spoil you, crazy redemption. True beauty truly comes within, and even Vil understands that, and that got me so bad. I love Vil Shinhai so much. What a grand, beautifully written character. So much flavor, so many layers. Lilia too. Lilia's very much the like Gramps who is not doing okay, who is like acting like he's perfectly okay. Bro is not okay. Has war trauma that has never been resolved. And ended up raising a fleet of traumatized children, not due to his trauma, but due to their own respective traumas. Apple is a good baby choice. Yeah, that's just so good. Twisted Wonderland is so good, but it's so dense. It makes it hard to stream. That's the main issue. Like the main reason I didn't stream is because of the big evil mouse. And then when that, I think, did Disney Plus get removed from the BDS list? Let me check. It's been a hot minute since I've checked. I think Disney Plus has been on it. Yeah, Disney Plus is still on priority boycott targets. But it matters that they put Disney Plus specifically. Like when you do an effective boycott comes from effective targeting and being really focused. And it matters that they have specified Disney Plus. So it doesn't preclude me from streaming Twisted Wonderland the game. Although arguably I think the anime is on Disney Plus. So that I couldn't watch. I haven't watched it yet. Is it on YouTube? I don't know. I haven't watched it. I might like pirate it somewhere. I don't know. Yeah. And then the second reason is that it's too dense. It makes it hard to stream. We love accidentally giving your kids a different flavor of trauma. It's interesting because Lilia isn't giving them a different flavor of trauma. They just all have their own traumas. And Lilia, being inexperienced in healing and resolving trauma, wasn't able to help them with it, is all. Yeah. The anime is on Plus. Yeah, that explains it. I would pirate it, personally. But I think it's because there is an anime, and I was like, you could argue that to fully fulfill the conditions of the boycott, which is to prevent people, like, avoid advocating for the brands, which includes Disney Plus. If I streamed the Twisted Wonderland game, it would potentially push the Disney Twisted Wonderland IP, which has significant amounts of content on Disney Plus. So it's a few leaps in logic, but I don't think it's that far. Like, I haven't bought Twisted merch, official Twisted merch, since Disney Plus has been on this list. It's complicated. It's okay. Best we can do is best we can do. I'm sad that I can't stream Twisted Wonderland. I might do it just once in a while for vignette catch up. But I don't know when. It could be a while. Yeah. Gotta be in the right mindset to play main stories because sometimes they can be a lot. Yeah, Corden, exactly. Main story is always really stressful. Same goes for Twisted Wonderland. Same goes for Tears of Themis. Like, I think main story is just like emotionally and mentally a lot because there's a lot of things happening. And especially as somebody who appreciates like density of information, like it means there's a lot to crunch through. So you have to really be in a focus, like the same kind of mindset you want to be in when you're about to pick up a good book. That's the mindset you need to be in when you start a story. And recently, every time I've been in that mindset, I've been reading manga. I got through all of like Witch Hat, right? I recently started Green Lesbians. I picked up the Moriarty the Patriot manga volumes for where it drops off in the anime, like the bridge scene. So I have Moriarty the Patriot like volumes 14 and on, basically, all the way to the end. Yeah, all of my energy has been going to manga reading. Yeah. Yeah, Green Lesbians. What else do you call them? They're the Green Lesbians. Like, the full title is so long. The guy I was interested in wasn't actually a guy at all. Something like that. Whatever, dude. Green Lesbians. Green Yuri. The best boycotting method is being too broke. Yeah, I was like having a discussion with a friend. Oh, you guys, because he's a mod here, Moshi. Moshi and I were talking about how impossible it is to boycott Amazon because of AWS, and that's why they're not on the BDS targets. But Amazon's under pressure targets, which means that like as much as it is within our realm of ability to avoid using Amazon in like our personal lives, it's like a complicated kind of double think. Because like I know enough about the Amazon business to know that whether or not I shop from their storefront doesn't actually move any meters. But you could make the same argument for my $2 subscription to Disney Plus, you know? So whatever. I let my Green Yuri's mom, like, your mom reads Yuri, Drika? My mom doesn't read, which is the funniest thing about her because she's an incredibly good writer, but she never reads. And she had a teacher in high school call this out. She had a teacher in high school who was like, you are such an insanely good writer, but your critical flaw is that you do not read. Like eventually you will plateau because you simply do not have like source material, inspiration, knowledge, or like references to make in your literary endeavors. So your ceiling is very low despite you having a very like a natural penchant for being a good writer. You're cooked because you don't read. And then he was like, you know what? There's a really easy solution. You can just read. And then she was like, no. And for her entire life, since school has had required reading for her, my mom has not read a book, which is crazy to me. Amazon is that much a part of American lives? Not just American lives, Callahan. I'm talking about AWS. Guys, we're on Twitch. You know who owns Twitch, right? You know what servers Twitch runs on, right? Like a full Amazon boycott within the realms of my ability would involve not streaming on Twitch anymore. You guys understand this, right? Callahan, I'm just calling out. It's not just... I just have to be really explicit. I'm just making the point that these boycotts are like, there's a reason it's under pressure target and not priority target. We gotta live our lives, guys. Coming on Twitch and asking how big is Amazon. I get it. It's because they're big, you lose track. It's literally how it is. I was like, what would it look like to avoid AWS? I think this came up because Moshi was talking about like de-Googling your life. Because Google's also under pressure targets. And I was like, I don't know if it's possible for me to not use Gmail. Like there's no other email clients I can really get behind. Because he was trying to convince me to like try out personal email servers and things like that. Like I have the technical know-how I could do it, but I was just like, I might be too married to Gmail protocol, which is an unstandard protocol. But everyone uses it, and so it kind of makes it a second standard, which sucks. That's evil of Google, but I'm stuck here. Yeah, I don't know. It's complicated. I think, once again, the best we can do is the best we can do. For me, it's, I respect the priority targets for the BDS movement. I follow the BDS priority targets as closely as possible. And so that did include not streaming Twisted Wonderland, which is like kind of a stretch of an inference. I wouldn't have to if I was strictly following priority boycott. And then I follow organic boycott targets also because those are easy. Like McDonald's, Coke, Domino's. Coke was a little harder. Frito-Lay was hard too, but I'm not seeing it on the organic boycotts list anymore. Did Frito-Lay get taken off? Do you guys know? Can I have Cheetos again? What? I don't see it on the current list. Was there an announcement? Usually they announce when they take someone off
I'm not seeing Frito-Lay. I had to stop buying Cheetos because Frito-Lay was on the fucking BDS list. I don't see it on the list right now. But I also don't see an announcement of them getting taken off. Can I have Cheetos again? It's been years. Last time I had a McDonald's French fry was like years ago. It's been so long, guys. Yeah, I don't see Frito-Lay on the list. Wow. I can buy Cheetos! Guys, I'm so excited. Small businesses that use Amazon to process payments, Orange. I didn't know about that. Oh my god. Is ginger ale under Coca-Cola? Yeah, like a lot of soft drinks I had to look up if they're owned by Coca-Cola. It just occurred to me that I haven't checked my tonic water brand. Wait. Which brand do I like? I think I use Fever Tree. Is Fever Tree Coca-Cola? Oh, thank God. I was really scared for a moment. I was like, if Fever Tree's under the Coca-Cola umbrella, I'm gonna be so sad. I really like their drinks. I'm literally, the moment I end stream, I'm gonna go on a Costco run and then I'm gonna go on a Safeway run. I'm gonna get fucking Cheetos, bitch! Oh, I know, my hot Cheetos late night binges, those were so good. I gave up salami recently though, so I need something to replace it. I've been having, they're like naan chips and garlic dip from my farmer's market guy, because those are definitely ethical. My farmer's market guy is, you know, this big of an operation is fine. Post the Cheetos pic. It'll just be my like red fingers. Okay, cool. I guess I'm gonna go do that. Let me pick your guys' brains while I'm still here before I end. For Tears of Themis or Twisted Wonderland streams, I feel like we're a similar audience. Do you guys have opinions on what I should do next? Or are you gonna leave it up to me? Because a lot of times I ask you guys this question and then you guys are like, dealer's choice. We're here, whatever. And then I'm like, all right, not helpful, but okay. Left to my own, maybe this is the best way to do it. Left to my own devices, I would probably do a Nodcry stream next and then a Tears of Themis stream after that. And it would probably be Vin's. I would probably roll as many cards as I could off of Vin and Artem. And then whether or not I play the story, I might skim them instead of playing them more thoroughly like I did with Marius's. Because I haven't read their personal stories and so I don't know them as well. But I just think it would be fun to like see Rosa in her dress. We didn't see the silhouettes! Oh, maybe that's in personal story. Okay, because I haven't read the most recent. Okay. Are you asking about volume, content, scheduling? Oh, like what's next? I guess scheduling is kind of set in stone for me. I stream roughly 3 to 4 times a week. So whenever I next do a Tears of Themis or Twisted Wonderland stream, like an off Genshin Gallop, because Genshin Gallop is taking half of my slots right now because I'm just trying to catch up. So when I'm not Genshin Galloping, what do you guys want to see next? Is there an opinion? If you guys say dealer's choice, the dealer's choice is Vin and Artem. If I can get them. Probably I will. I love bagel chips with cream cheese. You're right, Orange Pencil. Bagel chips and cream cheese are a really good late night snack. It does make you bloat like a motherfucker, but so does my garlic. So, to balance it out. Orange Pencil's obviously gonna vote for Tears of Themis. You're our resident Tears of Themis expert. Okay, I'll let Twitch chat noodle on it for a little bit. Well, I do my dailies. Here, if this convinces anyone else, dailies takes literally like 2 minutes. It's so fast. And you can skip all of it. Like, you don't have to actually play through the debate scenarios. You can just hit skip and spend the energy. They used to not let you skip. For ages, they made you just sit there and let it run on auto. And I was like, honestly, huge reason I like stopped for a while. And then I saw them introduce the skip button and I reinstalled.
昨晚梦，在你对自己的魅力，我一直很自信。
Dealer's choice. Hit me with the next card. Okay, the options are TOT and Twisted. I guess
I guess the next choice is actually Tears of Themis because it's anniversary, so I'm in a Tears of Themis mood. But if you have specific twisted things you want to see, let me know also. Because I'm finally starting to entertain the idea of coming back to Twisted streams. I've been just playing it off stream. Free to play for the most part. Yeah. I think the day I figured out it was Disney Plus, I permitted myself like a $50 purchase for gems. I can't remember what banner that was. Might have been Halloween banner. Where Sebek accidentally came home. I'd like to see some Twisted is what made me start following you. Scribble Scrabble, really? Oh my god, I didn't realize you were Twisted era, actually. That was such a fun time. I'm actually so sad I can't stream Twisted as freely as I used to be able to. I really like Twisted community. Like, to this day, the when I go, every convention, like anime convention I go to, the #1 meetups, like gatherings that I go out of my way to attend are Twisted Wonderland and Idolish 7. Like, there's just something about Josemuke community that is so wholesome. Honestly, maybe that's why our chat is so good here, is because I do a lot of Josemuke gaming. Oh, my iPad is like kind of lagging like crazy. It's a lot faster on my phone. If we're going Tears of Themis, definitely Vin. Sell me on the glasses and sweaters. Okay, you know what? Yeah. Maybe we'll... Okay. Alright, because I haven't done my stream schedule for the week yet. Okay. Okay, deal. Shake on it. Shake on it. We'll definitely come back to Twisted probably in August, is what I'm thinking, Scribble Scrabble. And then for the rest of July, we'll lock in on my Ho-Yo-Ho bullshit. So... that'll be half Genshin Gallop and half either Twisted Wonderland... Or sorry, Tears of Themis, the Vin wedding card. After that, the Durandal and Rita visual novel. Okay, I think that's a pretty good plan. Okay, thanks for planning with me, guys. Sometimes I sit there and I stare at my stream schedule and I'm like, what do I... Like, there's a lot, it's that feel, the decision paralysis feeling of like, there's so many options and I don't know how to pick out of the list, right? Oh, and then Genshin side, I think I owe you guys the, like I mentioned, the Notlan stuff. Okay, cool. And my dailies are done. That's how fast they are. Super fast. I do a lot of other things on top of that, but you don't have to do any of this. They started to introduce new game modes like this thing. I don't really understand. I don't really get it. I get that we get like mini backstory stuff and it's cute or whatever, but the whole dreamscape concept I'm not fully sold on. Okay, wait, stop. Oh yeah, and then I'll probably run my, what are they called? The fieldwork. I'll run my fieldworks off stream. Okay. When I'm introduced to TOT, I'm like, ooh, Vin, Marius. Oh, visually, I was immediately like, I mean, the video's on my YouTube channel. You guys saw my original reaction to Vin Richter. I'm not proud. Well, maybe I am proud now. Yeah, I'm a proud Vin appreciator now. But when I first saw Vin, I was like, oh yeah, that's the one. And then I also really like Luke's puppy energy, like childhood friend energy, and then he betrayed me, but that's a different thing. So I had a lot of hopes. Like my first two favorites were Vin and Luke. Well, Artem also looked promising. Actually, yeah, because you meet all four of them pretty early on in the main story. After I had seen a first look of all four of them, who did I like best originally? I think I liked Marius's voice the most. That has never changed. Because when he first gets introduced in chapter 1, you don't see him, you only see his silhouette. So I didn't know how ugly he was. Marius is ugly! I mean, he's not ugly. Just compared to the other three, he's ugly. He's the ugliest, which is not saying much because they're all beautiful. Probably I thought it would be Artem, because that would be the logical choice. Yeah. The reaction to pet event, yeah, that was good. The pet event was really good. I really enjoyed that. And they sponsored that one for me, so it was like really worth it. I don't remember how much they paid me. It was like a fair rate, which I'm just gonna be super blunt. Like Ho-Yo does not always pay fair rates for their sponsorships. A lot of people take them anyway because it's like I think people have some amount of pride in being sponsored by Hoyo. I'm fully free of that now. They make us sign like a longer service contract, so it's easier to sponsor. I understand why they do it that way, but we didn't renew mine when mine expired. I was not invited to renew. I was also fully on break, you know, so it's probably not because I was being a shit talker, but since it wasn't renewed, now I can say whatever I want. Artem and Lucas, I don't know, I'm not sold, but they aren't for me. I think Artem and Luke have the most maybe normie look about them. So if you like the oddballs, that's where you get Vin and Marius more. Yeah. Usually Artem and Vin first for different reasons. I think Artem is still my definite number 2. It's because every time he does his tsundere blush, I'm just so tickled. And the thing is, like, the way he does his tsundere stuff, it's not like typical tsundere, like, it's not like I like you or anything, you know? He'll just get really awkward. Like, he goes really quiet, you see the tips of his ears go really red, and he's just like, mm-hmm. And then Rosa gets really into it, like she'll start teasing him and being like, oh. And he's just like, yeah. Not making eye contact. I don't see you. Like, their dynamic is so good. I gotta see them get married. I wonder if I'm just really curious also if their vows are gonna be more personal than what we saw with Marius. Like, because it happens in card stories. Sometimes the writers only drop the ball on like 1 or 2 card stories. Like the Gufeng cards, for example, the Artem one really hit, the Marius one really didn't. Obviously these are all personal opinion. I think depending on the tropes you like, you might have really liked some of the cards that I disliked, but I really didn't like the Marius one. It really let me down for the Gufeng cards. And maybe the wedding cards will be similar. Yeah. He's so easy to fluster. I love a flustered man. I strongly agree. Forget the boys! Rosa! Exactly! What an era. Making Tears of Themis videos. Who was I? Okay, but I do enjoy it. I'm glad we're bringing it back on stream. I think it's fun to do together. I just wish the writing quality got better. It's like not as fun to stream when the writing quality isn't making me as emotional, right? Like, it's mostly just like, oh, that's beautiful, and then it's like, what is this writing? That's why I had to pull up the original Marius personal story to show you guys what a difference there was, because sometimes I'm like, am I crazy? Like, was the writing quality never that good? And I was just like eating with my eyes first, effectively, in the beginning before I came to my senses. And then reading back those early card stories and personal stories, I'm like, no, I'm not crazy. The writing was better. Feeling fully validated. And I'm glad you guys saw it and it wasn't just me. It wasn't just me. Man owns a book on how to flirt. Wait, for who? For who, Orange Pencil? Oh, Dewdrop, hello. I love Nodcry so much. So excited to watch you play. Very enjoyable for me. Extremely long. I think I've settled on the fact that Nodcry is long. Like, I've accepted that. If I'm gonna stream it, I just have to accept that. That being said, I thought Notlan was punishingly long. The difference, though, right, is like, it's okay to be long as there are things happening. And it's cohesive storytelling. And not every Genshin story does that. We'll leave it there. Notlan eventually paid off, but it took them quite a while to get to the fucking point. I still maintain that most of Hoyo's writing can be cut 50%. I understand why it is as long as it is. It is what it is. They have to hit their KPIs or whatever. Okay, sure. But I wish, in my ideal world that I cannot have, I wish they would cut their writing 50%. These marriage vows are a great example of lower quality writing. I feel like it's really obvious. I don't think I'm delusional. I don't think I'm crazy. I don't think I'm being overly critical. I think it truly was shoddy writing. It is what it is. Okay, well, thanks for coming to the wedding. Let's cheers and have one more piece of cake before we all go. Doink! Note the fact that there's a card game debate battle going on. The first time I saw the card game debates, I was like so confused what was happening. There are like Lads players who started Here's the Themis recently because Lads is on fire. And then I was really like, I don't know if I would recommend this game to lads players. I think it's a very different target audience. Like lads is very self-insert, really combat heavy. Like the combat mechanics are actually, they look really involved, and way hornier than this game. Like way more actual literal pornography in lads. None of that. This one's very, very, very tame in comparison. It's mostly murder mystery storytelling. If you really like murder mystery, I would recommend it. If not, probably not. And I just don't think most lads girlies fall into these categories. So lads people were starting to show up and they were like, the combat mechanic in Tears of Themis with the debate thing is harder than lads combat. And I was like, no shot. There's literally no way. There's no fucking way. It's literally basic type advantages. Like it's fire, grass, and water. The murder mystery aspect is why this is probably the only Ultimate game to grab me. I agree, Mizuno Sakura. I'm the same way. I think it's because the murder mystery writing is like, they do it in a way where it actually picks at societal issues in a way that somehow I don't know how they're doing it, but they're successfully dodging censors pretty well. They'll like tackle themes of like wealth inequality, like the underbelly of like how black markets arise from like poor regulation, the effects of having a drug dealing black market, and how it intertwines with the so-called underbelly of society, like a class stratified society and what that looks like. They have a lot of like, yeah, now that I think about it, a lot of class criticism. I guess they're getting away with it because it's not China. It's like a fantasy city in the future. But I think they do it really well. And because they're not afraid of situations getting quite dire, I think we're pretty confident in the plot armor of the characters in this game, but there are still moments that are pretty high tension. I always think about, was it chapter 6 with Artem and the like gas chamber situation? I was like, whoa, that was intense. That really shook me. I wasn't expecting that. And then they were like, it wasn't even just a gas chamber situation. I don't want to spoil too much, but like, let's just say the player was offered some like choices. And like, it was definitely like, this game is always going to be illusion of choice, but for a moment there, I panicked. They got me for a second. I personally like TOT for the suggestiveness of their spicy cards. The lad stuff I tend to avoid because of how steamy and horniness. Yeah. Like when Tears of Themis gets spicy, it's much more, it's just like read between the lines. And I just prefer that personally over literal POV shot of MC getting fingered. That happened. I saw a clip someone posted to Twitter where, I mean, I guess it's not openly pornographic in the sense that you're not seeing any genitals. But you see like a dude's arm and it's like under the camera, like here. And then he like brings his arm out and like shows you his fingers. And I think you can see MC's legs. And then his fingers are wet. And then I was like, what? I was like, what the fuck? And he like says something along the lines of like, wow, you're so wet. And I was like, what? Not a game for me. For sure. I was like, oh, that's why I don't play this game. Thank goodness. And then there was another one that I saw. This has been coming up, like I think we all missed this because people don't usually post the raunchy scenes. I only started seeing them recently because there was like discourse about censorship, and it turned out it was just the game was glitching out and people thought it was censorship. But anyways, there was like discussion about like censorship of pornographic content. There was another scene that I saw where you see a guy like off to the side of the screen. The camera's like panning away from it, but you catch the tail end of it. You see the like shoulder and like side leg area of like, there's a guy, and then you see the guy's leg and his like arm, and I think it's like against a wall, and then like it seems like MC is like, you know, between him and the wall. I think it's like very quick, very small sliver of their bodies that you see, but you can tell like man, woman, wall, legs are up, rhythmic motion. Camera pans away from the rhythmic motion, and then it goes to a fountain, and there's like a lion head like fountain situation with like a trickle of water coming out of it. There's voice acting. It sounds really like raunchy shit is happening, and then the fountain water spurts. And I was like, okay. Crazy. Didn't know. Literally unfamiliar with your game. I did not realize Lads was like that. That's nuts. I was like, this is pornography. So it makes it even funnier that I have friends who are there for the writing. I'm like, you're literally playing porn for the plot right now. And they were like, yeah. They're like, I'm literally here for the plot. And you see why they like keep feeding one segment of their population, like their gamer population, and like ignoring the people who are there for the plot. And that's why the people who are there for the plot are like starting to get really pissed off, because they're like, we literally came because you catfished us with really good story writing in the beginning, and now you're just making porn. Where's our story? So I think it's really funny that a segment of the user base is pissed off right now because they're making too much porn. Like, that's just really funny to think about. I know it's not funny for the player base, and I'm sorry they're going through this, but as an outsider looking in, I was just like, Lamau. That description was the most asexual thing our asexual streamer ever said. It's like, not only am I ace, I'm like mildly sex repulsed. Repulsed is a strong word, which is why I say mildly. I'm neutral leaning kind of repulsed. I'm just like, not really for me. Not into that. I'm good. I see your cake. I appreciate it. I'm glad you're enjoying your cake. I'm not feeling like cake. Thank you for offering. Porn sells. Yeah, I guess that's probably what happened, is they like realized they were selling more. I don't even believe that though. Because like, I think the Josemuke audience, like the Fujo class, really puts money in these game devs' pockets. And I think a lot of devs are misunderstanding their own user base. I think that's why it looks like Lads is really on fire, is because the devs didn't understand what their own user base wanted from them. I think actually most of the types of women gamers who open their wallets for games like this are not doing it for the porn. I obviously have a very biased perspective, but most of the people in my corners of the internet, like the Fujos that I see opening their wallets, are doing it for emotional porn. We're here for the story, for the character development, for the inter-character relationships and the character writing. The porn is like just kind of there. We may be more interested in watching the men kiss each other. Sex averse. Yeah, that's the word, Callahan. Sex averse. I'm like mildly sex averse. Actually, very sex averse. I guess not on the repulsion spectrum at all. I don't think it's necessarily disgusting. Maybe sometimes. Yeah. I already told you guys I censor my dojins. I put post-it notes over like, oh, those are questionable fluids. Oh, those are genitals. Like, let's just cover that up. I think the communities we go are really similar, so maybe we're all biased. Yeah. That may be true. But I just feel like Fujos are the people where the money is coming from, and we know what Fujos are like. Like, Fujos, we know. So, what was the quote? Somebody tweeted, like, finding Fujos in your community is like finding earthworms in your garden. Like, it's a sign of a flourishing, healthy ecosystem. Like, Star Trek community invented /fics and fanfiction community culture because there were middle-aged women writing fanfiction /fics of, like, gay pairings from Star Trek. You know, like, that's what made it actually work. Yes, there are a lot of fanboys, yeah, but what made these fandoms actually, like, make money and continue in, like, longevity in terms of cultural relevance? Fujos. And I have another friend who has a theory that the reason Natlan flopped in Genshin was because they didn't feed the Fujos enough. And the more I think about this, the more I think she's right. It will come up during our game discussion when we get to the Natlan rant that we're all going to do together. I'm going to open up a Google Doc. We're all going to let our thoughts flow freely. One of my number one thoughts about Natlan is it would have had a lot more defenders. There would have been a lot more Natlan defenders if they had just fed the Fujos. Because think about it. Like, what yaoi pairings are there? what BL exists in Natlan. It's kind of just like Auroran and Aoife, kind of. And that even that comes like technically after Natlan main story. And Kinich and Achao. Understandably, the Fujos were not fed, so Natlan starved. Like, if you don't feed us, we're not gonna feed you. So once my friend brought that up, she was like, think about it. Like, how many men are in Natlan? Notable men characters. And I was sitting there like, holy shit. Like, I didn't notice. Because I was enjoying other aspects of the story, and I'm not there for the BL first, right? Like, I enjoy my ships, of course, but I'm not there for... Which is why it's especially funny that the Kailuks come for me when I'm sitting here. Like, the Kailuk antis always come for my ass, and I'm like, I'm not even that big of a shipper, guys. Like... But you know what? If you guys putting attention on me takes attention off the actual Kailuks, I'll take it. I can tank that. That's fine, because I don't even go here. You guys can think I go here. That's okay. I'll LARP. But my friend had a point. I didn't even notice. I was like, that's why my favorite pairing in Natlan was Capri Sun. They didn't give me any BL to lock in on. Versus Sumeru had a lot of the same issues, right? A lot of the same issues that we were canceling Natlan for. Like basic colorism, like the way they were mishmashing cultural identities together. Like a lot of the things we didn't like were happening again in Sumeru. Like Sumeru and Natlan are not that different in a lot of these aspects, but people were less willing to forgive them or look the other way or turn the other cheek or go to bat defending them because the Fujo earthworms were not in the garden dirt. They were not fed. The dirt was not healthy. In Sumeru, the earth was luscious with BL. And this was simply not true in Natlan. Yeah. Insert players are willing to drop scary amounts. Oh, that's fair, Orange Pencil. Yeah. But I think the ratio of whales, just like the amount, my theory, again, we don't have any numbers for this, I don't for sure. My theory is still that Fujos are where the money is. You need office ladies who want to see men kiss. Those are the guys who are going to pay good money. Which is why I've been thinking, I've always wanted to make my own BL, not visual novel necessarily, but like I've always been like, as a participant, as a villager in the Fujoshi ecosystem, I feel like I should make, now I'm also a Himejoshi, so it's kind of both, but I'll start, my roots are in Fujo, so I was like, I need to make my own Fujo stuff. We'll get there. I need the gay fuel, yeah. The BL in Sumeru was like fine wine, exactly, and that's why Sumeru had so many, for lack of a better term, dick riders, you know, like, the people were just like, oh, like, I know Sumeru has all of these problems, but it's fine. We'll wait to see how Natlan is, you know, like, they had a lot of, like, it'll be okay, like, optimism, and it's because they had reasons that they still liked it. There was just no equivalent in Natlan. That's why Natlan fucking flopped. It's not even necessarily that the writing was worse than Sumeru. Like, I think they hit all their themes arguably just as hard. Maybe the themes were less resonant. That's fair. But I think they did well. Could have done better. They can always do better. Even Sumeru could have done better, even though I love Sumeru. But, yeah. Woke up to a Ying stream. Gabby, hello! We're about to end, though. I'm sorry. Well, I've said that for half an hour now, so. We've just been yapping. I've been really enjoying the post-stream yapping sessions. I think it's hilarious that I'm just like, oh yeah, like streams will only be 2.5 to 3 hours from now on because I'm streaming more often, but shorter times. I don't know why I did the Mickey Mouse voice, sorry. And now I'm like, yeah, they're regularly 4 to 5 hours. Just because like I'll end at the 3.5 hour mark and then we spend an hour just talking, which is fun. I'm not against it. Oh, you guys are all assigned homework. Did you guys see my new music upload? I promised you guys raise up your bat and I delivered, okay? So now you guys have to uphold your end of the deal and watch my video. and then you have to leave a comment like, wow, Ying totally didn't force me to leave a comment to boost engagement on this video. It was so banging. I'm actually really proud of it. It was just supposed to be a joke. I was only going to do it as a short cover, like sing half of the song and then be done with it. But then I just like liked it so much that I was like, what if I full send committing to the like cringe aspect of like throwing on a leather jacket, putting on fingerless leather gloves, putting sunglasses on, a chain on my belt, ripped jeans, go full Susie with it. And then it was really fun. I sweat a lot in that jacket. Turns out fake leather is not breathable. Who knew? I'm gonna leave that exact comment. Oh no. Gabby Rosa is very married now. She's married to 4 men at the same time. Here, For the late arrivals, you can have some cake. We still have some left over. And then you can also have some not champagne. I have bubbly sake instead of champagne because I like it more. Okay. I mean, I like champagne too. Here. For the latecomers, you guys can have some cake. We'll have Marius feed it to you. This is so difficult. Why is it so hard to hold a plate and also a fan at the same time? You would not guess. Like, this doesn't feel like something that should be hard. Okay. And then you can see the little 5-year anniversary candle that I burned for it. Like it was a birthday cake instead of a wedding cake. We did a cake cutting ceremony and everything. Hey! Bride Marius is feeding you cake. Eat! Eat! Okay, I'll eat it. What have I done? I'm gonna knock something over. Oh, Chad like, Zill's like, this feels weird. Oh, we haven't thrown the bouquet! I'm gonna rip it from his chibi hands. Wait, the Kleenex veil. Okay. Hold on. Oh shit, some of the flowers came off. Hold on, so I can fix this. Fuck. I need to have 5 flowers, 1 for each year of the game. It's very important that we keep it accurate to the number. Okay. 5 flowers, 1 for each year of the game. Okay, guys. How is there still cake left? Oh my god. Me and sweets, I just go really slow. My most Chinese trait is I don't really eat sweet things. Except ice cream. I can eat ice cream like a monster. Okay, guys. How should we do this? I guess I should throw it at chat, so we'll have bride face away from chat. Okay, guys, you ready? You ready? We're gonna throw the bouquet. Oh, who got it? Who got it? Who got the bouquet? Show yourself. Callahan's like, give it to me. Where'd it go? Oh my god, the blueberries fell off the cake. It's just all over my desk now. I genuinely don't know where the bouquet is, guys. Did someone actually catch it? Oh, I found it. Can y'all catch this one? I have a failed engagement, so I've had my chance. Oh no, Stippy. Your lore. The Stippy lore. I don't know which of you got it, but it's yours now. Here you go. Congrats. Orly's like, I didn't get it. Did anyone actually want to catch the bouquet? I always thought it was so funny that people like want it. Again. Can't believe I didn't think I was Aero Ace until pretty recently. So many years of my life. I was like, so why do people like want to catch the bouquet? Yeah, I guess Callahan's getting married to Vin next. You like walking red flags? I think it's his charm point. Being a sussy baka is his charm point. I get it now. I'm sorry I doubted the Vin likers. Gabby's like, I ain't catching that. Yeah, that's exactly me also when I'm doing fucking at any wedding when they throw the bouquet. I'm always like, ugh. I'll just like watch people from the side. All right. Thanks for coming to the wedding, guys. I have one last slice of cake or bite of cake. Okay. Next up. What did I say? Oh, we have to finish Not Cry Prelude. And then we're going to stream the Vin wedding card. And then maybe also Artem. And then more Nod Cry. Okay. And then I also promised Twist of Wonderland. We're so back, as the kids say. Okay. I guess Callahan caught the bouquet. Let's raid someone. Thank you everyone for coming to my wedding. Thank you everyone for coming to my wedding with Marius von Hagen, my beautiful blushing bride, and me, the dare I say, handsome groomsman. I really like my Sinjonsha fit. I feel like it really fits the von Hagen vibe. Very happy with our with how everything worked out today. Wedding went smoothly. The vows were a little lackluster, and that's okay. I am home at peace with the current state of writing in Tears of Themis, which in summary is unideal, but I'm the one who chose to stay here. So it's on me. Thank you for doing toasts. Callahan, thank you for writing the toast. Thank you for eating cake. Thank you for catching the bouquet. And next time we get married to Vin. 2 days in and we start cheating, guys. He'll be okay. It's a polycule, actually. It's not cheating. All right. Phoebe is doing a Just Chatting stream. Guys, we should say hi to Phoebe. I don't get to raid Phoebe very often. Wait, Remy's also streaming art. Oh, this is so hard. All my friends are streaming. Everyone is streaming. Oh my god. Ozzy streaming. Yukina streaming. Zelda, Rin, Yuna, Remy, Valley, Phoebe, Aqua, Johan. Everyone is streaming. What do I do? We'll go to the one I get to raid the least. Remy. Okay. For those of you who don't know, Remy's a goated artist. She hasn't been streaming a whole lot because I think like VTuber hype died down and a lot of people just started returning to their normal lives, as you should, after a global pandemic. Not that it's ever really ended, but Remy like went back to live her life, which is great. But it means we don't get to catch her on stream very often. She's done art of my VTuber before. You might have seen it around. It looks like she has a VTuber model I'm not used to seeing. But she's a rat VTuber. Super cute. Really chaotic, comfy energy if that's your vibe. We're gonna get our Not Lon opinions for the vent stream. Oh, Dewdrop, we'll do it live. I will create a document during the Not Lon vent stream and we'll all vent together. I have a Twitch link in YouTube chat if you guys would like to join us. No pressure, of course. And I think we are all set. Your assigned homework is my Raise Up Your Back cover. I will be gathering your notes at our next class session, which will be a Genshin stream. Okay, whether it's morning, afternoon, evening, have a wonderful time of day. Thank you for perceiving my beautiful wedding. I will not have nearly as much paraphernalia for Vin because Marius is obviously my main, and this is all of the Marius merch I have, really. I have some buttons and stuff, but it's like not a big deal. Mostly I just use the fan for everything. Thank you guys for attending our wedding. I will see you all next time. What a momentous occasion. Crazy that it's over. 5 years, just like that. Wild. Why am I still here? Why are you guys still? Bye. Bye. Bye.